to the March 28th, Thursday, March 28th Budget Committee meeting. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you. 7:02. We can start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll ask the Secretary, Sherry, to take a roll call attendance.
Jeff Karen.
Present.
Jay Edwards.
Here.
Thomas Haley.
Here.
Ruth Hollenbach.
Present.
Deborah Janik.
Present.
Jennifer Jocelyn.
Present.
Justin LaCroix.
Present.
Brendan McNally.
Present.
Jennifer Rashley.
Present.
Joe Souza.
Present.
You all set?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Item number 4 on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on any item on this agenda tonight? Anybody who wants to speak on any item on the agenda tonight? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Okay. We don't have any approval of minutes. Okay. Well, that kind of works. So we will obviously address that on Tuesday. We'll have probably a couple sets Tuesday. That's fine. That works because we have a pretty heavy agenda, so that works fine. So for anyone following, we'll move on now to item number 6, which is a category that we have called docket development, which starting a few meetings ago started appearing on our agenda. And what we have for A is discussion of and budget votes for school committee budget. And I received a request from the superintendent of the school department for 15 to 20 minutes of time. And we discussed that at our last meeting, and we are welcoming the superintendent to speak. And I think after that, I'm going to attempt to moderate efficiently is the word I used in my reply. Some questions and answers, and we'll go from there. So I would like to welcome the superintendent. I see he's all set up with his presentation, which is great. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Budget Committee.
Can you give us a moment just to pass these around? Thank you. Are you missing one because I have an extra?
No, I think you got it.
Sorry.
We're good.
Okay. Take it away.
Great, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and again, members of the Budget Committee. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you again to provide a little more clarity on our budget request from the school department and also the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Presentation will be rather quick. A lot of this you've seen already. So let me get into it and show you a slide that has been presented to you a couple times now, and this is the request from the school department about our budget for FY20. It's a request seeking a $1.7 million increase. It's 5.6% increase overall, and it's a 4% increase from the town. I think the most important thing I can show you now is how that $1.7 million would actually be spent. That's important for you to understand. And so I broke it down here with the top line being steps, lanes, our contract, and longevity payments. And that's $1.1 million. I want you to know that after working with the school committee and looking at our budget as deeply as possible, we've eliminated the request for all new positions. We have a transportation amount of $112,000, that's contract, mandated increase in all our transportation that we provide to our students. There's a maintenance contract in there for $75,000, that's the maintenance of the 5 heating system in all 5 of our schools, which is a wise investment to maintain those high efficiency systems. And then there's a requested increase in special education of $366,000. So those 4 items equal to $1.7 million. And only the $75,000 one is really not mandated. Everything else is really required for us to do. So, you know, the increase there is really sustaining the Tiverton Public Schools. I want to shed a little light on the special ed part of it. And the drivers in special education for us, there's a lot of areas, but I want to just illuminate 2 areas for you. The one being out-of-district placements. So students who attend our public or live in Tiverton who require services outside of the scope, depth, and breadth that the public schools can provide. So next year, we're predicting our tuition payment to be about $2.5 million. And we've budgeted $1.5 million to cover that. We receive federal assistance or a federal grant annually called an IDA grant, and we're going to use $600,000 of that to cover this this cost for tuitions. And then in red there, I want to isolate and show you that the school department, the school committee has decided to use in a way to balance the FY20 budget, $470,000 from Medicaid. And I'll show you a little bit more on Medicaid momentarily, but just want to show that there's an investment in the budget. The budget itself really isn't balanced without using one-time revenue.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So even with that $1.7 million increase, we're really not balancing our budget. We're using one-time revenue to balance our budget. We need to support the FY20 budget beyond that $1.7 million by using Medicaid, just because of the increasing costs. And I'll show you that momentarily too. I think what's driving that.
Could you be a little louder, please?
Sure. So the other driver in special education, so I just showed you out-of-district placements. The other major driver for special education is this account here. It's our in-house programming. It's the Newport County Collaborative Assessment. This is for services like OT, PT, speech, behavioral support, things of that nature. And that assessment is 1.7, if I round numbers off for you, is about 1.8 million. Our FY20 budget is 1.4 million. So that delta, again, is covered by using the fund balance. So again, I'm showing you that the FY20 budget is not even balanced. It's using one-time revenue to make sure that this budget is supported. And that was a decision of the school committee to use the fund balance to cover that cost. So two areas of special education. Again, there's a chart here. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but it just shows you our special education numbers just between 2 years, 2017 and this year. You see the categories at the bottom. You can see the charts there. You know, the numbers are increasing, but it's not so much the numbers. You know, you can't just say, well, you're only up, I think, 7, 8, 11 students. It's the intensity of the services that we now have to provide that's driving this. When the intensity of the service is higher, the cost is higher. And you know, just a point that I want to make. So a little more on Medicaid, because I'm going to show you that momentarily. It's federal law. It's a reimbursement to town for services that meet Medicaid requirements that are medically necessary. You can see all the bullet points there, but in essence, we provide the services, we track the costs, we bill the federal government, they reimburse us, it goes into account at the Newport Collaborative for us, under the Tiverton Public Schools, that we're then allowed to use to offset some of these costs, as I'm showing you in our FY20 budget. And so where we are now with Medicaid, I know this has raised some questions, and hopefully this will answer it for you. The current budget or balance for the Medicaid account for the Tiverton Public Schools is about $1.9 million. When the FY19 budget was created, those people who created that budget knew that they were going to draw upon these funds to balance that budget. and to draw upon the funds to about 1.4 million. And again, that is for the out-of-district placements and for the collaborative. Again, those accounts were built using part of the budget, but also using this one-time revenue. So that 1.814 is going to be spent immediately this year just to bring us in to balance us. The remaining amount, that 447 I'm showing you, is going to be used in the FY20 budget. So again, there was some decisions made to save this money and to then apply it to these costs moving forward. I'm going to skip over capital there, and I want to use this chart now to maybe show why those funds were necessary to be saved in a reserve like this. And I think you're familiar with these numbers here, but you see in our operating budget in the column to the far left, if you start at FY15 and go to 19, you see it's grown from 29.2 million to basically 30.2 million over those years. In the middle column, you're seeing the town contribution. So in FY15, the town contributed 23,474,775. And in FY19, it contributes 23,363,246. So the town contribution is less. It's relying upon state revenue to keep the schools afloat. Through those years, the decision was made to use one-time revenue to balance the budget. And there's a point where when you have escalating costs for health insurance at about 10%, you have escalating costs for special ed between 10 and 20%, and other things, maintenance and energy and all these things, there's a point where that contribution has to be risen at some point. There's just no way to sustain the schools without the town contributing a level of funding that I would hope you would think would be appropriate. So this is what's driven the point where one-time revenue was used and where we are today.
I'm sorry, in the middle column, is it 2 years in a row that we've been under the amount from fiscal year 2015?
Right, if you look at 15 at 23.4 million, or almost 23.5, and then you see the last couple of years where the funding has come in at, so that's correct.
Sure, absolutely. Sorry. I have a really quick one on this one, because we talk about maintenance of effort and level funding, and we've done that for a number of years. But when you look at these historic numbers, the town contribution has actually gone down and not increased. Is that, and where we got the increase was all through state aid?
Through state aid, correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Right, and the key thing to look at that there is it's worked for a number of years in the sense because there was revenue to support the increases. And what we're saying to you is that revenue is just not going to be there moving forward. There was plans to use it. It's being used in FY19. It's going to be used in FY20. But the town support is really going to need to rise if we're going to at least maintain current services. And so I think you're very familiar with these numbers, and I'm just gonna, I look at this and I say to you, and Jeff, you'd asked me last time, like, hey, how are you gonna do this? And I don't know, I'm gonna show you some things and say maybe we can do this, and this is what I'd like to engage in a conversation with you about. We're looking at the revenue from 19 to 20, and we're seeing without raising taxes, $3,640,349. And I know one of your main initiatives is to reduce taxes, and I know that 1% reduction in taxes is $600,000. So if you want to reduce taxes by 1%, which in this environment, in this time, that's probably an amazing thing to do. And if you want to support the school department request at $938,154, that's a total of $1,538,154. You can accomplish two objectives there and leave $2.1 million for capital or the town budgets. It just seems that you can accomplish a lot of objectives here. You can support our budget, you can support the town budget, you can support capital, and you can reduce taxes. So I share that with you as a consideration as you have your debates and you go through this. And in closing now, I'll just go back to a slide I skipped over, which is capital. So capital's not part of our operating budget. It's a consideration outside of that. And when I was here last year, I showed you $500,000 in requests. And now for your consideration, I'm showing to you in red just what we're calling our critical items. And these are an intercom system that's totally based on safety, doors at the middle school based on safety, and you all did the walkthroughs at the middle school and the high school, so enough said about the bathrooms. It's just, they're not ADA compliant, they don't meet any standards of cleanliness, they're 1970 or later, and they just need some care and so forth. So again, as you debate capital across all requests, you know, we brought this down to a real critical list now. So that's what I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to your consideration with this.
Thank you very much.
So this is the point at which, thank you, Superintendent. This is the point at which I'm going to attempt to moderate efficiently, is my word, questions for the superintendent. And I can, we've historically gone around, I can take that approach if people are prepared to do it that way. We can do it anyway, actually. Why don't we try that? I guess we go around once. So, are you prepared? You're looking at me. Are you prepared to ask a question? I want someone prepared. If we're starting
No,
on
I'd
one
actually
side.
kind of like to hear the conversation.
Okay.
And kind of, okay.
Does Joe? Are you prepared? Do you have any? Or
I have no questions. I already made my mind up.
okay. Does anyone? Justin, should I just put it open to anyone who might have a question to kick it off?
I think you just open it up.
I'll open it up then. It sounds like people are, you know, the formal round robin may not be totally appropriate, so I'll open it up to anybody. Let's try to keep them succinct and so everyone has a chance, and I'm gonna do my best to moderate them, okay?
I'm sort of
So,
ready, Jeff.
who has a question? What's that?
I'm sort of ready.
Okay, I could count on Jay. That's why I wanted to open it up. Thanks, Jay.
All right, so I understand your needs. However, the town and the taxpayers in particular who support the school system also have needs. When I went through the documents that you provided us, I was very amazed at the salary levels. I went through and counted all the teachers. I left out administrators, clerical, custodians, anybody who was not a .8 FTE or higher. And then I just counted them up. And there was 200 and some. Actually, I came up with 202. 202. Out of that, 117 of them are making $80,000 or more. That means almost all of them are at the top step or much higher. Now, what disturbs me about that, we have a large population, and it's getting bigger all the time, of retirees and people on Social Security in this town. The nearest document I can find says that the average age is 49.5. If that's true, that means there are a lot of people 62 or older. The average Social Security recipient is lucky if he gets $15,000 a year. And if it's a single person living in a single median-priced house in this town, that means he's paying $4,000 a year in taxes, or about 25% of his income. I've heard people say that teachers aren't getting a livable wage. Well, I'll tell you, in my entire working life, my wife and I together were lucky to make $80,000. We're talking one person, a teacher, making $80,000 or more, probably married, probably has a husband or a wife working. They're doing all right. In my opinion, teacher salaries are totally out of control. And they, like you said, that's 80%, 85% of our budget. And if I did the math right, with the information you just gave us, raises alone are going to count for about 3.8% of the new budget. Special ed, is about 8% of the budget. I know you can't do much about special ed. The state lays these mandates on us, the feds lay these mandates on us, and they may not fund them. They just say, you got to do it. So we're stuck with that. My big concern is, it is very likely and it's very probable that there's a lot of people in this town that will be priced out of their house if we do not rein this thing in. I'm really concerned about it. And I think a lot of other people are and should be. Now, we can say, yes, we want a top quality school system. We want all these things. But everything has a price. And everybody has to decide if they can afford a thing. You know, you may want a Mercedes, but you know you don't make enough money to buy a Mercedes. The best I can do is buy a used Chevy. Well, we have to decide what we can really afford. And to say, well, if we don't do this, then people are going to leave. Well, they might. But the documents you've shown us demonstrates to me that they don't leave. If we've got that many teachers here in this top tier, they're not leaving. And I only found 6 or 7 people in the whole school system that are full-time teachers that are making $35,000 or less. So does that mean we're not attracting new blood? Or does it mean when we do attract new blood, they're being hired at the top tier? I don't know. But I really, I'm really concerned about this. And I know you don't set the salaries. The most powerful union in the world does. But I do think that whoever's negotiating these contracts, I mean, town employees, straight town employees, you know, the work at the dump and the work in the police department, they're not making anywhere near this kind of salary. And they're not getting 3 and 3.5% pay raises. Plus benefits that are probably better than the rank and file and the rest of town are getting. I don't know that for a fact, but I suspect it. So I've had my say about this, but, oh, well, I will say this. So then we as taxpayers are left with only a couple of avenues to try to drive change. One would be to say, well, we're just going to give you a flat $1. Well, that would be foolish. Another would be to say, well, maybe we can afford 1%. Maybe we can afford 2%. We've heard, you're not the first one, that you're not saying that the sky is going to fall if you don't get what you're requesting. But we've heard that before. And it never does. It works out. So I think at some point, we have to put the brakes on this thing and drive the change. And if the town and the FDR keep on saying, no, we can't afford this high level that you want, I would hope that at some point, whoever is doing the negotiating and the talking and everything that goes into this will also follow suit and sort of put the brakes on it too. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jay.
Mr. Chair, could I just respond to that a
Sure.
little bit? I totally appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Edwards, and I just want to add, though, you may recall my last presentation, I did show you how Tiverton teachers scale to all the districts that are around us. So forget who we attract or hiring like that. They are still the lowest paid teachers in the region, regardless of the raise that was part of. And just as a recollection there, I don't recall the number of years, but there was numerous or multiple years where they took a 0. Which you know, you can accept that or digest it any way you like, but they took zeros for multiple years. Whatever the raise is this year is still, they're the lowest paid teachers in the region. So I just share that with you in the sense of perspective. And I understand what you're saying and all that, but this is by no means a Cadillac budget. This is a no frills, maintain what we're doing type of budget, maintaining what has been provided to the students of Tiverton on a yearly basis.
Thank you. Jennifer?
So I just want to come back to, again, the slide that, you know, where we see the town contribution not increase but come down. And Jay, where I can totally appreciate every that you're saying, and having senior parents, and I helped a father make payments for medication and things like that was on Social Security. I understand that, but I would also like to take into consideration the demographic of families that contribute to the tax rate that have moved here for a purpose of education as well. We're never included in that conversation. Our needs and our how high our income can go is not considered. I understand that seniors are on a fixed income, and I get it, but sometimes families are too. There's only so many more hours in a day that you can work. There's only I know many families where husbands are working 2. I have a husband that's currently working 3 jobs in addition to my full-time job. And our purpose is our child's education, our children's education. So we should be part of the consideration and the conversation, and not just one demographic of residents. Because we contribute too. We purchased homes, we pay into it too, and we should be considered as well. There's a cap to what you can bring into your home. There's only so many hours in the day, and there's only so many incomes you can bring in. And if the answer is, then I should pick up and sell my house and move, where do I go? Should I really dislocate myself and my family? Should I be pushed out? Where's the answer to that? That we should be a consideration as well, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay. That was a comment to Jay. Is there anybody else who has a question for the superintendent?
To follow up on what Jay was saying, one thing is just to remember they have summers off too. I mean, sometimes you do take coursework too in the summer, I think. My mother was a teacher, but I do know they have summers off. Another item is that I don't know how many people are not in the school, have kids that are not in the school system. I don't know if we know that, but they're paying both. They're paying the taxes and for their own children to go. And that's their choice. I understand that. But just keep it in mind, there's no voucher system here in this town. And I'm not sure it matters if other towns pay a certain amount. I mean, maybe we should just do what's right, for what we have. And we don't have to follow maybe what another town that has maybe more revenue, whatever the issues. I know you've given us some comparisons, and that's great. I'm not saying that. And we did this question for the superintendent. On the Medicaid money, I thought before I heard that it could be spent on lots of different things, but now you gave us the exact, okay, so that's on the sheet. It can't be just spent for anything in the school system. It has these requirements.
Those aren't requirements, those are necessities. That's how it has to be spent, or we're
Okay.
not going to come in balance for FY19 or not support FY20's budget.
Okay, that's not legal then, that's just what you need to have happen. Okay.
I'd say coming in balance is legal.
No, that's okay, I understand that now, yeah, I see what you're saying. Let's see, but if you had lots of other money and didn't need some of these things, you could spend it on something else, perhaps, you're saying, if you didn't have to do these in a different situation.
It could be used to
Okay.
support education.
Okay, thank you. This is, I'm not sure how to say this, but what Jen said, I understand, okay, because both my parents were teachers. The other side of the coin, and don't take this wrong, but every couple has a choice to have a child or to not have a child.
Oh, you did not just you did not just say that to me.
Why?
You did not. Out of your mind. That's out of order, and that's not even part of the
Well, but just tell me why.
Look, she's got the floor. Stop interrupting, please. Try to follow Robert's rules and act professional.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just doing that.
Okay.
The audience shouldn't be heard at all.
Joe.
They want to come to the mic.
Joe.
No, I'm not going to listen to it. Irritating to hear this blah, 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 blah in my ear.
Okay.
And my
Let's let
last,
Ruth
my
finish
my
up.
last,
Let's let
my
Ruth
last
get
comment.
back on track and finish your
It's
point.
not a negative. It's a good thing. You should do what you want to do. If you want to have whatever, it's okay. But just realize there's financial,
And they're
issues.
entitled to their education under law.
That's
They're
fine.
entitled to
That's
it.
fine. That's fine. But like you said, it depends on. You just said it depended on the parents' income too. That's what you said. Okay, so that's your decision. Fine. I'm good with that. Don't get upset. I think it's good. But the other thing was, The last thing is that we had in this town a large increase one year, approximately 10%, you correct me if I'm wrong, one
I
year.
think 11, yeah.
11% in our taxes, and what that caused was families with children not to move here, okay? Now, what should have happened... What year was that? 2008? 2008.
It was 08.
11 years ago?
No, I'm just giving you the big picture. The repercussions
It
are
was
even
the year of the
now.
stolen FTM, that means, yeah, yeah.
It's why we have an FTR now, okay? But what I'm trying to say is, if it had gradually...
Town sergeant, please keep these people quiet.
I'm just trying to
I
say,
can't concentrate with these people talking behind me.
You already made it fine anyway.
and this is not,
If you want to go to the mic, otherwise, shut up.
this is
Okay, can
not...
Can I, Joe, we may help the situation too. Can I have some decorum, please?
This is...
Ruth has the floor right now. I'd just like to try to hold it,
This is
please.
not anything negative to what the superintendent has said. I'm just trying to give you some of the effects that we've had to make up for, the catch-up that we're playing. What happened was, instead of going gradually, and we see, oh, the schools are doing this now because we gave them 2%. Oh, now they're doing this. Oh, the rankings are higher. That is a better situation. People moving in, more students coming in, that would cause things to be happier, for the rest of the population. And then they would have had not such a hit to make them, have hardship. So we had years, so I'm just saying, and that whole point is just that we're playing some catch up. I understand all the current needs. Just wanted to balance it a little bit, like some people said, 1%, 2%. What percent is it going to be? I want to work it out as well as we can with everybody, the budget committee and everybody else. And I do care so much about education. I learning all the time. I'm taking a course right now, so that's that's all I have to say. And thank you for that presentation. I know you're giving on your side too, and that means a lot, I think, to everybody. So that's good.
Thank you, Ruth. Does anybody else
I do.
have any
I do.
questions? Okay, Deb?
So I think Ruth is right, we are playing catch-up. The teachers went 4 years with a 0% increase. All the other town employees had 2% increases those years. So the teachers are now getting a 3% increase. They're not even catching up. So you can't compare, respectfully so, Jay, you can't compare a teacher to a secretary to a police officer. It's market-driven, it's educationally driven. We have to look at our surrounding communities, and that's how we get our pool of workers in any area. So that, I think we are still playing catch-up. But I do have a couple of questions. The eliminated new positions, you had given us a list of 8 positions that you were looking at, and then you had cut it down to, I think, 3 or 4. You've now eliminated all of those, so we cut that out. And my other question is, if this year, so we're making this budget for the next 18 months, our significant increases are with our special needs, which is, it's a guess at best, and you just never know who's coming into the community. What happens if we have another great increase? How do we fund that? Do we have anything to be able to fund that, to balance that budget?
There's, so you saw in my presentation that we're balancing FY19 with Medicaid, and we're allocating Medicaid again to FY20 to balance. If the costs exceed beyond that, I think the school committee's committed to use the fund balance as much as possible to meet that. I think there's always a commitment to balance our budget here. But these escalating costs are it's not just Tiverton. Every district is dealing with this, and this goes. I mean, you can track this back for a lot of reasons, but modern medicine and the way our students now are able to come into the school system beyond what maybe was experienced years and years ago. It's that intensity that I'm talking about. The intensity of services a lot of times equals cost, and sometimes that drives these things beyond what you could ever predict. So I would say to you that this budget that we're presenting to you tonight is still balanced by using one-time revenue, but it's a budget that will continue the services that are currently being offered this year uninterrupted.
So by taking, I know you did take out tennis courts out of the capital and eliminating those positions, we'll have some kind of fund balance to cover those costs if this changes.
If costs are beyond what I'm showing you here today, right.
Right, yeah.
But I want to caution, or less than caution, maybe educate, that fund balance now is below $1 million. And because of that now, it really is that safety net that I think what you're describing, Karen. So that has to stay there, and that's the one thing that you can rely upon to keep us from, going outside of.
I'm just hoping it's enough.
Right.
I know it's really gone down, I'm just hoping it's enough. So, I mean, I think we need to support our schools. We do have elderly, but we have a lot of young families. I want to live in an educated community. I want the best schools for our kids. I want to educate our children. And transparency, my kids are done with schools, but there are a lot of kids in our community that it is still our job to make sure that they have quality education. It only makes for a better community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for the superintendent?
Can I just respond to Deb, though, which was a good thing on what she said. There's a
I'll
lot
let
of...
you respond. We've had a
Sure,
little bit of
because I
that.
know
I'll
Deb,
let you.
I know
It's brief,
Sherry's
though.
next.
It's brief.
I know that many of the majority of the high school students go to really good jobs after college. And I know I've heard that, and I know that. So I just want you to know that I do know. I'm aware of that. And I hear about it all the time from parents and kids and students, and it's a good thing. So thank you for letting me just say that.
Thank you. Okay. So, anybody else have questions for the superintendent?
I do. First, I think that the revenue numbers from last year are off, and that's my guess, but I'll...
What do you mean by the revenue number? I want to be clear to the public.
I think the revenue numbers that were on the chart, I think that those are off.
So I received them from the town.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so I won't, but I couldn't find the fiscal impact statement for this year,
I've been looking for it.
but I
this whole
found the
time.
one for last year. So I was just trying to say that, to me, I mean, I appreciate the information that Jay said, because that's kind of where I was going with the step increases. I wanted to see if you, when I looked at these numbers, do you guys by any chance have your contract total for this? I mean, the new contract total?
The impact of the new contract?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to have that.
I gave that to you. That was in my previous presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just basically, I mean, when I looked at it, because the teachers get step increases, it looks like they're getting like a $27,000 increase in base pay in like a 3-year period.
2019 salary budget was $17,231,434.
Yeah, I was looking at information from the Department of Labor and then the impact statement, the old impact statement.
That was something I requested and never received, actually. I can't find it.
I don't know if I'm right about that. I know
Okay,
that.
so do you have a question
Well,
for
the
superintendent?
question, I just want to know,
I want you to
so
vote.
do you guys have an idea? So Jay had asked how many teachers you have. Do you happen to know how many teachers are at like step 10 or above? Or an approximate even?
No, I don't. I can get you that answer. I would say it's close to 80% of our staff, but I don't have the exact number.
Okay. Oh, that's really about 80%? That's what I want to know. Okay, thanks.
Does anybody else have any questions for the superintendent?
Yeah, I'll go. A little disturbed by how it's us versus them. These are our schools, our buildings. This is our community. So I appreciate your patience with this in terms of putting it together. I was really impressed when you came in back, I think it was in February, the first meeting with us, that there were goals and a vision that you set. And so I'll keep it short in terms of the question. I was really excited. I mean, this town has been trying to watch its budgets, people fearful of things increasing, and we beat the ambition out of everyone to do things well and to do them right. You presented information that shows that we pay, compared to all our peer communities, at the lowest at all the different steps here, and you're still charged with doing good work. So I'd like just an opportunity, in terms of brief, you came here recently, you've baptism by fire in terms of what you've had to do, and then through this funding things, but is to reiterate to this committee, and I think to others, what you're excited about, what we can do here in Tiverton. I support the budget that you're requesting because I think it's critical that we offer good education for our students. I think we're doing it well, and I don't think it's exorbitant compared to what people in this state need to pay for public education. So it's the pep talk in terms of what you're excited about with what the resources that you're requesting that you think you can do.
So, you know, I think I speak, not I think, I know I speak for the school committee and the administration when I say this. So we understand that budgets are about fiscal responsibility. We clearly get that, which is why you're seeing a presentation tonight that's, you know, eliminated new positions and some new programs. But it doesn't reduce the excitement at all. The greatest asset of the Tiverton Public Schools is the staff. And I'm more than impressed with the people who inhabit our schools. And what this budget is saying to you, I just want that to continue. I mean, we'll still create some excitement. We'll still do some things with preparing our staff and training our staff and providing them as many materials as we can to do their job as successfully as possible. So that excites me beyond belief. And I think we can make some great gains, and we'll improve that graduation rate, and we'll help kids, whether they're, you know, whether from the special needs to the kid who's taking AP classes across the board. There's ways to do that. But to, you know, to tie it back to this budget here, this is about, it's again, it's no frills. It's not a Cadillac. It's simply, hey, help us out here. We can continue what we're doing and have faith that, you know, we'll deliver. You know, I think a slide I showed you, not I think, a slide I showed you maybe my first presentation, sometimes you have to invest first to get the results. And ultimately, I think that's what I'm trying to say to you. Like, invest a little bit here, and we'll produce. I promise you we'll produce. You know, I've never failed in any district I've been in, and I won't fail here. And I say I, let me just phrase that, because I hate that pronoun, we. Because it's the 180 teachers and all the administrators are going to do this.
It's not a Cadillac. What kind of car is it?
No, Brendan has the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just
Great.
joking.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I was just making a joke.
Somebody else? Sorry.
I'd like to speak, but you're always so gracious to let everyone speak before you, so would you care to go ahead?
No, I'm trying to find data still, which I want to try to use, so go ahead.
Can you tell me again, at the very end of your proposal, if we read, how much tax will be reduced for the town? Can you just review that this last page and explain it to me again?
You know, the numbers I present to you here, I received from the town, and that's why I guess I have confidence in them. And it's showing revenue between 19 and 20, and it's showing a delta of 3.6 million, and that's without raising taxes. And again, listening to you folks last time, I clearly understand you want to reduce taxes. That's a priority for you, okay, and I accept that. And so I'm showing you that a 1% reduction in taxes would cost $600,000. I don't know how far you want to go with that, so I stopped there. And again, the idea here is, okay, if $600,000 is committed to that purpose, and I'd like you to consider the 938,154 for the schools for that purpose, there's still $2 million on the table. I mean, that's a lot of money for capital and budgets and things. I mean, again, I guess I want to express to you, we can have it all. You can support the schools, you can reduce taxes, you can have a lot of money for capital in the town budgets, and everyone can be successful here. it's a consideration. I just want to bring it out for you.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. This is the first time I can ever remember that we've had a superintendent and a school committee come to us and point out that this year we can reduce our taxes to the whole town by 1% and still have $2 million left to spend if we so choose. That's never, I've lived here 20 years, that's never happened before. I think it's very important to be careful with how much we spend in town. And our schools have been careful. We've been pushing them back year after year after year without giving raises. Let's see. I'm alarmed at the bias against professionals. Teachers are professionals. They're dedicated. We want to keep dedicated teachers that are staying in our system, that want to be here. We should be rewarding them. And at an international level, the United States is falling compared to other nations. And it's so important to, if we want nationally, if we don't want to fall behind, we need to support our teachers locally. I am completely impressed that we can reduce our taxes. I think this is a bedrock issue. Ruth, you noted that 11 years ago, there was a raise in school expenditures, but that was a decade ago. And ever since then, there's been a huge pushback. And then my last point is this. Tiverton is a new town. We have $3 million revenue that has arrived to our town this year. Why would we race to the bottom? We have a school committee that is coming to us and not asking for a mint. They're asking for fairness. And actually not even asking for fairness. They're still coming in lower than all of our peers, all of the towns around us. So we can continue to race to the bottom. But we don't have to, and this is so impressive. We can reduce taxes to the town this year. We can have a win-win for everybody. Or we can have, you can have already decided in a small political committee what you want to do in this town. And you can, instead of being fair, you can go backward. But we don't have to. We don't have to go backward in Tiverton. Everybody can win this year. Thank you.
Does anybody else?
I need to respond to one item to Jen, what Jen said. She said to me.
Okay.
Basically,
Brief.
Yeah, I know. You said my comment about 10, 11 years ago. We still have not, we are not equal with what we would have been even now, and it would be at probably 2024 until we become at the same level if we had done a normal increases.
I'm aware of the fiscal comparison you're referring to, and it was brought up 2 years
Because-
ago.
let me finish,
and-
please.
And
No,
it was
but let me finish,
faulty,
Jen.
and
The
I
reason-
know, we were both on the committee 2 years ago,
okay.
and
Look,
so
Jen,
it was
Ruth has the
inaccurate
floor
then.
right now. Jen, Ruth has the floor right now.
The reason that is because every time you raise the amount, that amount is used for the next year. So it went up high, so that put us way, way up on the graph, way up higher than cost of living and lots of other items. So just letting you know, it's a fact.
Jeff?
It's just a fact.
Jeff, just can I have
Okay.
one
Okay.
comment?
Is it a comment on this topic?
I'd just like to again bring back the slide that shows the town appropriation from 2015 to now, where the dollar amount went down. It went down. It's in black and white right there. The number to the appropriation to the schools from the taxpayer side went down. And we're talking about they're taking and they're taking.
I just want to make one point to you on this, that one of those 2 years is what the schools requested.
I understand
They
that.
asked for that amount, so it's not like
I'm
it
not
was done
argu-
to them.
No, no,
They
no,
got
I'm
what they
not-
requested.
I'm not
Okay.
arguing that. But what
And-
I'm saying is when we've sat on this, when we
Okay.
sat on this committee and we have, over the course of years, looked at it and we've gone, it was kind of the same argument with the ambulance the other night. We can't afford it, we can't afford it, we have to be fiscally responsible because we only have so many revenue streams to drain from. This year is a little bit different because we do have additional funds through casino money. And now we can afford some things. And look, in the years that we couldn't, it went down. They were fiscally responsible. Last year, they were fiscally responsible and asked for zero. So now we have this revenue stream coming in. Do you mean to tell me with having a casino in town, we don't want to invest anything in education? I want to invest in other things too, but isn't that having a casino in town should have some kind of educational component? We asked them not to raise anything, and look, it came down. But now we have a revenue stream where we can afford things without hitting a taxpayer pocket. So why wouldn't we look at that? I mean, it's less than the dollar that we talk about every year. 23475, 23338, 233. It came down, and that's what the taxpayers paid. But you know what? The taxpayers have been told time and time that they've been paying more and more for that school budget. There it is. It came down. 5 years in a row.
It went up $1 million though, and we're liable for the whole amount.
Have we ever not been reimbursed?
Well, I remember
Have we
when
ever not?
the economy went south and we took a lot of hits on
What year
state
was
aid
that,
and
Joe?
stuff, 2008, 9.
Okay, again, a decade ago.
So
Are we gonna talk in real time?
We're gonna,
Well, the economy could tank again.
okay. Okay, I want to keep the conversation focused on
all the liberals.
the superintendent who's here. So, we had,
Tom's
you wanted to
gonna
make a
raise it.
comment for the third time on the chart, so
But
it's the
Tom's
third
gonna-
time, so that's
I
okay.
know,
And we all
because
have it in
I'm-
front of us too. Tom had his hand up. Thank you, Tom, for waiting.
Thanks. I'm just a little bit confused. On the second slide, it says a percent increase is 5.6%. And I thought there was some sort of limit, 4% limit.
Yeah, I think there's two limits in play. Okay, one limit is just broad limit that is in play, which is the state tax cap, which is on the tax levy, which is the calculation that, we've been doing in Excel. That's one of the limits, okay? But there is a second limit, which is a little bit much less known. And I believe that limit is, it's in state law, I believe, and it's that a school authority, department authority, the school authority cannot request an amount from the local funding source, which would be the taxpayer. I'm using my own words here.
Yeah, okay.
Greater than 4% of the amount that they got the prior year. I believe that's the gist of it in Jeff's words. Okay. So there's this, but that usually doesn't come into play. It is this year, we don't hear about it much.
Right.
We usually talk about the 4% cap on the levy.
I see.
That's usually the 4%. There's this other one, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why this number that's requested is a specific number, 9.6. I think it's limited, I think, by that state law, which could kick in if you hit it.
Okay.
I think I'm accurate on that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Do you have a question for the superintendent? Okay.
If I could, please.
Yes, Joe.
Just to point out the bonded indebtedness, we're going to be paying close to $5 million, if I'm correct, this year. And the majority of that is school bonds. That's the investment that this town made in for the infrastructure. So I just want to point that out because we do make more than just, the only other thing I'm going to say is it's this committee's charge not only to look at the budget and do due diligence, but to determine the ability of the Tiverton taxpayers to pay it. And we need to look at all of the people in town and their financial situations. And it's easy to say, well, you know, I got kids in the school, so I want everything. Well, I can almost guarantee you that 20 years from now, when you're, or 30 years, when you get ready to retire, and you don't get a COLA with your retirement. So you live on that same income, and then, as with a lot of my relatives, they couldn't afford to live in this town anymore because their retirement didn't go up, but every year the taxes and the price of food went up. So I don't know how many of you went door to door. I take a lot of time to go door to door, and I go during the day, so usually I catch the seniors at home, and I hear the stories, and unfortunately I don't get to a lot because I end up spending half an hour, 3/4 of an hour listening to their life stories, but there are a lot of need in this town as far as people, you know, needing to get their homes repaired and things like that, and they're struggling because they know they need a roof, and it's going to be $30,000, and, you know, they don't have the means to, you know, even to go get a loan anymore. There's a lot of that going on in this town, and you see it. You see people that haven't painted their houses because they just can't afford to have a contractor come out. They hire people like me that are cheap. This is the point, though. It's great to say, well, we got $3 million from the casino. I want to remind people also that from day one, when they sold that casino to the people in this town, they were talking about a 10% tax decrease. So, you know, you go back and look at the tapes. I went to every one of those meetings, and that people were counting on having a large tax break. You know what? I want to help our schools, but I look at where we were 30 years ago, and I look at staffing levels and the type of schools we have then and the education that the kids now, and I look at our budgets now and the staffing levels, and it seems to me we're not doing any better. We threw more teachers, more money, more teachers. Every year we added staff, more money. Yet, where are we? We're an embarrassment with the latest testing. Massachusetts kicked our butt. So I don't think throwing money at it is the issue. I think the problem is that we need to straighten out what we have. I'm looking at people that are taking, you know, seniors that are living on less, like $20,000 a year, and they're giving pay raises to people that are making $90,000. You add in all their benefits, they're costing us over $100,000 a year for a teacher. So I don't want to hear it anymore about just trust me, give me the money, we'll make it work. No. We need to become more efficient. We need to reduce staff and get more work out of the people that we're paying $100 and some thousand a year to work 180 days. And don't tell me they can't have other income. If you ever go to Block Island, you'll notice that half of the people working out on Block Island are teachers on summer break. Go out there and find out for yourself. They work for the summer. They have the time, so they can supplement their income. As far as paying more in Newport and Middletown, those communities should be thanking us. If you look at the way they negotiate, they always want to leapfrog up to the middle. Those communities are glad that we're down so low because the way the system works, where they always want to leapfrog to the middle. You know, the bottom line is we take good care of our teachers. We pay them well. We offer them pension. We offer them benefits that nobody in the private sector gets. Nobody gets a fixed cost pension where, you know, we're all getting 401ks and they're getting a defined benefit where they know how much money they're going to get. They don't have to worry about the stock market. They got security in their jobs. The average person doesn't have that. And the average person out there that's working, families that are moving into this town are living on $30,000, $40,000 a year. And they, you know, when you want to take more money out of their pocket, you know, to me, it's a kick in their face. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Joe. Does anybody else have any questions at this time for the superintendent? Justin?
Not necessarily a question. Everybody's talked. I just wanted to make sure I said something too. I am literally sick to my stomach right now. I am in a unique situation where I do have 4 kids in the school system. I have kids that use special education, newly diagnosed. I am a homeowner in this town. I am a taxpayer in this town. And I live in a 2-bedroom house with 4 kids and a wife. So it's tight. And I'm stuck paying such a, I'm moving my family. I mean, we're having to move to Tennessee. And I love Rhode Island. I love my family that lives in Rhode Island. I love the schools that my kids are in. I want to give the schools what the schools want. I want to give my kids and my family what they deserve. And here I am having to roll up and pack out, and I don't want to. And that is what's got me. I guess that's all I have to say. I'm very conflicted, and I hope that we can all work to a compromise, and maybe my situation changes personally. So, thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Anybody else at this time? I've got a couple things, so just, I haven't said anything. I just want to sort of prepare. Let me just get one of mine out. And, so I just wanted to, start by saying to the, just a kind of a point to the superintendent that appreciate your point about the ability to do it all, in quotes. Last week, well, I want to go back. I'll just go back to the meetings that Joe spoke about. That when the word came out that we might have the casino come to town, there was neighborhood meetings and whatnot, and they pitched a number that taxes would go down by 10%. And it turns out that the value of the casino is actually a little bit higher, I think, than even what they anticipated. So it might be more like 10-point-something%. And we've also had another property, the Longplex, come in too. So that's added to our tax base. But I want to focus on the $3 million of revenue. And if you take the $3 million, okay, and if you divide that by the tax levy of, what's the tax levy? About 37 million. If you do that math, 38 million, whatever it is, it comes out to 7.9%. So just for easy math, let's just call it 8%. So if you took, in an instantaneous moment, the entire 3 million and just directly applied it to lower taxes, you could off of just that amount, not even including the real estate, you could lower taxes 8%. Last week we had a brief discussion about that, and I certainly acknowledge the fact that every year it takes to get through this process of budgeting it and whatnot, you know, things creep up a little bit, so you have to deduct that off of the possibilities, and I certainly acknowledge that. I did take our mathematics, and I ran a high end and a low end. And it looks like, you know, in one sense, we come up around nominal, around 0, okay, or around, I don't know, plus or minus 0.5% type of thing. If everybody got what they're requesting. And on the other hand, okay, on the flip side, we could get down around -5.5% to 6% on the levy if things went to all the way to the negative and minimum funding. And we took out all the new capital. We just used as much of the money as possible to lower taxes. Okay. So, and I'm just saying those are kind of the two boundary conditions, at this point if you go there. So I just wanted to, respectfully appreciate your 1%. I just want you to understand kind of when people voted on the casino and what they were told in that summer before, and what is in front of us, given what they were told, and these are the possibilities. I just wanted to state that. So that's just for the record. I wanted to also talk about my second point is regarding one of the documents that I requested, and I still can't find online, but it's the fiscal impact statement for the contract, for the NEA contract. I have it, Jeff. Oh, okay. So, and I don't know, I'm just gonna I don't know what it says. I mean, it's been 6 weeks since I asked for it, and I haven't been able to find it. I looked again tonight. But I know it's online, but that's why I asked for it, because I couldn't find it. So, in any event. So, I think I asked the question once. I'm going to ask it again. Are we budgeting right now for the second year of this contract, effectively?
Yes. Okay.
So, if we're budgeting for the second year of this contract, then we saw that the first year had a raise built in. There was a first year of a raise, correct?
This year.
Okay, which is the year we're in now, effectively. Okay. And then that raise is there. And then we're budgeting now for the second year of the contract, which then has an additional raise. So that's the new baseline, and there's an additional raise. So we're budgeting for 2 years. Okay. So I don't know what the fiscal impact statement says, and I don't know how I've really only looked at a couple of them in my whole life, but I'm guessing that at some point, if you look at the aggregate for the first year and the second year, you probably come out somewhere around $1 million for the 2 years. I'm just guessing, based on quick math in my head. Okay. So the cost, if you add up the first step for last year and then the incremental step for this year, the cost is roughly $1 million. And if I look at your request this year from the taxpayers, it's $938,154. It's $1 million, just shy of $1 million. And I can't stop staring at those two numbers, even though one of them was the back of the napkin in my head, that the cost of what was created by a vote of the school committee, the cost of what was created by a vote of the school committee, that cost is exactly to within 6 or 7%, I'm guessing, or to, plus or minus some percentage, the back of the napkin of what their request is. And we're sitting here with a big problem with a 1.7 increase. And by the way, the 1.7 increase, the state aid is increasing 700,000 and change. So the amount that's being requested from the taxpayer is, for all practical purposes, the amount that's needed to fund the amount needed by a vote of the school committee that was taken apparently just before the holidays, I think. Is that accurate? Okay.
Give or take.
So now we're sitting here with this issue that was created, of which $938,154 of this issue, or $1 million of this issue, is created by a vote of the school committee. I just am having a really hard time with that. And it's not, it's not, you didn't take that vote. You didn't take that vote, and you weren't here for the last 4 years. And so I don't, this is more of a me on my soapbox statement than it is to ask you to beat you up with it, perhaps, and I don't mean to do that, Peter.
It's okay. But Jeff, I think it's just critical, and it's been pointed out that the multiple years there was a zero.
Mm-hmm.
So how many years can you expect someone to take no raise?
I understand that. I understand
when
that.
you're the lowest paid teacher in the region.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. Just perspective, right? We're all trying to get perspective.
I understand that, and that's a problem. I understand. I won't deny that, but Jennifer, I have the floor right now. I understand that, but that's an issue, okay? And there's a lot of decisions that get made that are you know, that add up to problems. But the bottom line is you know, I just keep coming back to it, that, you know, we had a vote taken that created this $1 million, no, I don't want to call it that, $1 million expense, and I know the reasons why. We've heard the reasons why, and they're all legitimate. But we had a vote taken to create it, and we have now this issue in front of us, and I just having trouble wrapping my arms around that. So I'm going to yield the floor for a minute because I raised 2 points, and I certainly talked long enough. So I'll yield the floor to someone else who would like to speak.
I have a question. Sally, you've been able to inform us of this before, and I can't remember what year or how many years that the teachers agreed to pay a higher rate on their medical. And so outside of step raises, their pay they don't get the full step because they're paying what I remember was a huge percentage more.
So when I was elected in 2004, at that time the copay for health insurance, which is a huge thing to negotiate, was $1,150, flat rate. So that was very good for the teachers because they could always predict, no matter what health rate came in, they just had to pay that. So the big issue when we came to that year, if everyone remembers, when we had such complications going back and forth with the negotiations, was to go to a percentage, just to move to a percentage, which was 12. We wanted to go to 12, and they did not want to go to 12, and we can understand why. So they went to 12, then to 15, then to 18, then to 20. All the time they were getting these zeros. And at that point, we were one of the highest in co-pay in the state, and then being on not just the bottom of our area. When you call Rhode Island Association of School Committees or email them, they'll show you the bottom of the state. So it's not just around here, because some people go, well, Portsmouth and Middleton. No, it's the whole state. So that's the story. I'm going to go sit down because I'm a good convent girl, but my hair's on fire right now. Okay? And I just have one thing to say, and I'll say it at the end of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sanchioni, can you, do you know what those percentages mean then as they effectively...
like out-of-pocket expenses?
Yeah, like how that affects an actual salary compared to the step. That's a complicated...
Well, yeah, and I'm sure it's been calculated, but as you heard Ms. Black say, I mean, those percentages going up, you can automatically just say that it's less money out of the teacher's pocket in years where they weren't getting a raise either, so it's a net negative.
I just wanted to mention, if you're set.
Are you done, Jen, for the moment? I'll give it to Ruth. She's ready.
We're talking about the $3 million and how much, aside from $1 million, it would be $2 million for other expenses, and we have some life and death situations that we need to take care of in Tiverton, like an ambulance. We have to buy an ambulance. The fire and police have been waiting patiently for many years. It's actually, I mean, those are critical parts of our town, fire and police, and they've been really good about being patient. We're trying to do what we need for them now. So just the ambulance is $240,000, okay, which we're purchasing outright. So that $2 million, it goes fast. I can give you other things, a big truck for DPW, et cetera. There's $500,000. So there's a lot of large purchases that we have to make. It goes fast. We found out it goes faster than you think. But I just wanted to mention that to balance education, that's extremely critical. but then you do have some life and death things that are, well, you just want to make sure the ambulance can get to you, you know, that's the type of thing. And then to go on what Joe Souza said, I mean, I think in the U.S., I like to go with philosophy of like the American dream. The American dream does not require somebody, let's say they have 10 generations living in this town, to then, when they retire, that 10th generation has to move, which we've heard some stories from Joe, but many people have had to at that point. So, you know, when you say the ability of the taxpayer to pay, what does that mean? Does that mean that they have to have absolutely, you know, just pay their electric and buy food, and they can't repair their house? You know, so I'm just saying, think about what that means. There are people who are leaving the outside of their house not repaired so that their taxes won't go up. You know what I mean? There's some dire situations. So I'm not saying it's your issue, but we have to remember when you say the ability of that's what we're charged with. I'm just saying. So we have to remember the direness of what we're dealing with in some cases, and it affects everybody. And you know, by the way, if you aren't in a dire need, everyone is free, and I know many in the school parents have gone to booster clubs and helped immensely in raising for sports. Jennifer Rashley has done a lot, and many others. What I'm saying is, if you want to, you can donate to any need in the town. You could even donate to the truck. You could donate to the ambulance. You can do anything you want. If taxes have gone down, you could say, well, I would have paid more. Why don't I just pay a little extra? That's that's absolutely free will. Okay, so I'm just mentioning it. So I'm not really asking a question, sorry. But if you wanted to respond, that's fine too, on the direness issue.
I guess I'd
sorry.
on this way.
Yeah. It's hard for us.
With respect to taxpayers and increases and things like
Yeah.
that. You know, you spoke to the American dream, and education was Thomas Jefferson's dream, right?
That's true.
And Thomas Jefferson set a system up that the states and the towns would pay for education. And so you went to school, right?
Yes.
You have a good education?
It happened to be very good high school.
So you all had a great education. You had low class sizes. You had sports. You had drama. You had music and art. Mm-hmm. That's what this budget provides. So when you went to school, someone paid that bill. Mm-hmm. And that responsibility gets transferred generation to generation. It's the American dream. So we're not asking for anything more than class sizes like you had, art, music, drama, sport like you had. There's no extras in this budget. It's the American dream, but the responsibility gets transferred generation to generation. And it's this generation's time. And you know, if you benefited from it and you receive that benefit, then it is your responsibility now to hold to providing that benefit. And you have to look at it that way.
Right, and I agree, 100% it's part of the American dream. When I moved to the town, I looked at the taxes, it was a certain amount, and then they doubled a couple of years later. So, you know, it's just different things that affect people's lives. I totally agree. I hope we can all work this out mutually agreeably. I think all of us would like to do that, and I'm totally for it, so whatever we can come up with.
Thank you, Ruth. Does anybody else? Jay, haven't heard from you in a while, please. You're always good questions from Jay. Thank you.
I'll ask you this, only because your predecessor, I won't say, no, I will say, pretty much absolutely refused to give me the information I asked for, so I'll try you. I understand that the teacher's contract allows a non-resident teacher to bring his kids to the school. Is that correct?
We've made those exceptions, yeah.
Is it an exception or is it a contract?
It's not in the contract, no, I don't. Is it in
All right.
I don't believe it's in the contract, so let me pause
How many
there.
teachers have taken advantage of this? It's the first part of the question.
Yeah,
How
I
many
want to be
kids have
exact
they
with you,
brought?
Jay, so I'm not going to, I'm going to say to you, I'm going to get you that answer. That's just not
Yeah, you'll
something I
probably-
use incorrect.
Okay, so the first part question is how many teachers have done so?
Right.
How many kids have been brought? And here's the kicker. How many are special needs? The reason I ask that is because special needs kids, it can be as simple as an IEP, which costs really not a lot, or it can be a $2,200 kick.
But, and I'd say to you this, and I'll get you that information, I promise. What greater testament, though, is that an educator who knows what good classroom teaching is and what a good school system is wants to bring their prized possession, the thing they care most about, to this district. I mean, as a superintendent, I'm saying, wow.
Okay, it may be a testament, but please, Jennifer, don't, because I'm going to get to you. But to me, it's an additional burden. Because they don't live here and they don't pay taxes. They get paid. Okay. And I don't know, and frankly, I don't know why we would do such a thing. Because if I worked, well, I used to work at Kent County Hospital. Warwick wouldn't let me bring my kids to Warwick because I worked at Kent County, because it was convenient for me. But we'll let that go, because I asked you a question. Jennifer, you said that you sensed a hostility towards professional people. In your opinion, is only a college-educated person a professional?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So then, in your opinion, policemen and firemen are professionals? Plumbers, electricians?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody that has a job, and in his own way, is a professional?
Yes.
Because they do their job?
Yes.
All right.
If you want me to give you a list of the respected family members in my family background and who had a degree and who didn't.
No, it's immaterial.
And who is professional, I'd be happy to write a transcript for you.
I just want you to understand.
I'm
not antagonistic towards professionals. The other Jennifer. I understand that families are part of this discussion, but you did bring up a point where you're working, your husband's working 3 jobs and you're working 1 job to support a goal. Your goal is to get the best education for your children. And I understand that's a good goal. But does that mean the rest of us have to also work 2 and 3 and 4 jobs to help you support that goal? And I don't think so. The rest of us should be able to work 1 job apiece, have a budget, and live within it. The other thing that came up, okay, I've always been a firm believer, always, that the public sector should not be doing that much better than the private sector that's supporting them. Now, they may make more because of the job they do. So when you say, you know, we've been banning about, well, the teachers agreed to pay more for their health insurance. Well, most of us in the private sector, we don't agree to do it. It's just presented to us that we're gonna do it, and it happens. We pay more, unless we're part of a really strong union. And most of us are teachers, so I don't think we are. So, yes, the teachers did not get pay raises for a few years, but so did not a lot of the public sector, the private sector. And at the time when the teachers did not get raises, I don't know what years those were, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of those years were years when we did not get one either. So, public employees, town employees and teachers should not be immune from what's going on in the economy. They have to share the pain with us. And if that means we can't support them as well as they and we would like, well, that's the way it is.
Thank you, Jay. I really
And I've said enough.
Yeah, but you get prepared. I like when you speak because you make your points and you are succinct and efficient, which was my key word for tonight. Thank you.
I try.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for the superintendent? And certainly, I of course expect discussion as well tonight. So, but this is more geared for questions for the superintendent because he is here, and it's now 8:27. Does anybody have any questions for the superintendent?
This was going to happen.
You did. I have a question.
Yes, Jennifer.
Dr. Sanchioni, do other districts, other towns allow teachers to bring their kids to school? So if there was someone who lived in Tiverton and teaches in Portsmouth, would they be allowed to bring their kids to Portsmouth schools?
I can't speak specifically to Portsmouth, but I can say my experience in working in several different districts, that's always been the case, because again, as I said, it's sort of a testament of a good job you're doing. But to Jay, maybe for some understanding, when you look at taking a student in, you look at scale, right? And so all our schools are going to stay open, our teachers are going to be here, so we make that decision. If we're going to add, say, two students to Fort Barton or to Ranger, it's not really adding to our costs. That teacher's in that classroom, the heat's on, the lights are on, everything's there. So it's just, we don't ever take so many kids that would have to add an extra teacher as a result of that, or add extra costs as a result of that. So it's carefully planned that way. So no impact financially, but again, I think it's a commendation to us to say, wow, you know, you have that much faith in us.
That's saying, I was led to believe it was a contractual obligation.
And so I just received information that it is in our contract, so, but I will get you the numbers.
So technically, 50 of them could do it, and you would not be able to say no.
I guess technically, but I don't think that's the case.
No,
and
I'm not saying it is, but technically. So you can see my point. You could enter a situation where you did have to hire more teachers, and you could easily, very easily enter a situation where you could have a very expensive student brought into our school system.
And I think that's part of the consideration that we would take in making that. I know that I would make that consideration.
If it's contractual, you can't stop it.
However, we would go to that sending district and try to recoup some of those costs under special education law. We can do that.
You think you could do that?
I know we can do that.
Okay.
Can we recognize our
Yeah, I
the
was just going
speaker?
to do that. Are you all set, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jay.
I'm sorry.
I don't know your name, I should know it.
I'm Mr. Cabral.
Mr. Cabral.
132 Mark Drive.
Thank you very much.
And I'm also the Ranger Principal.
Right, okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to give some information, especially to Mr. Edwards. We brought up, why are we getting more teachers on the top end, on step 10? A lot of that changed in 2012 when the retirement bill changed. The state, all the state did is they pushed the money from the state level down to the local level, because teachers cannot retire anymore until they reach Social Security age. So in effect, they added 7 years onto a teacher, which means we're keeping more top step teachers because of the retirement bill. That changed in 2012. Also, there is not a defined contribution any longer with teacher retirement, which Joe referred to. There's half of it, depending on how many years they had in. A new teacher coming into education now gets 1%, and there's another market that goes into a 403, or just like everyone else does, and it's market driven. So it's not a guaranteed retirement for any new teacher. Some of the older teachers that had 20 years in, they have a 2%. At one time, it used to be a 3%. And there's no longer a cost of living increase for any of the retirees until the retirement fund comes to like 80% funded. So there hasn't been a cost of living increase since 2012. There's been a couple of instances where the state has given the retirees a 1%, but the whole retirement law changed, which is requiring teachers to work longer, which is in effect adding to our top step teachers.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll ask again. As I said, we will have obviously more discussion and whatnot. But while Superintendent here, any other specific questions for him now? Or should we relieve him?
Short addition to Jay's.
Okay, hold on.
When you get the information that Jay asked for about how many students come here that are teachers, children of teachers that come here, could you get, I'm not sure if you can, how many do not? That would just be part of the scenarios. Sometimes they may not bring their kids here to go to school, so I don't know if that's possible.
Oh.
Part of the picture.
Can you even ask people if they
Not
have
sure,
kids?
yeah.
Well, I think the other question is maybe, and I don't even know why it would be pertinent, but how many teachers that are currently employed by the school district are also residents, tax-paying residents as well?
Yeah, quite a few.
Do we hire people from within our community?
We do. Yep. Many members of our staff are from Tiverton.
And they may move here too after they've been hired.
I mean, so they invest back in our community as well. There's another way for them. So they're not coming from out of district, but there's another way to reinvest in the community. If you work here and you live here, you have an investment in it.
Right. And just to add, the reason I asked my question was because you said that they come because they thought they appreciate the schools, and I just wanted to know, if there are people who do not. That's all. It's nothing huge, just a part of the picture that Jay mentioned.
Well, there's also an aspect, if you don't live here and you're commuting in, why would you bring, there's an aspect of it, why would you bring, if you're living in a town that's got a strong school district, and it's the community that your children live in, why would you pull them from friends and from other things to make them come to a new place where they're not going to be living in the community? So if they're commuting from Westport, Dartmouth, why? Yeah, there's a lot of reasons.
Right, yeah.
Okay, any other, I want to keep moving here.
I know,
Superintendent?
Superintendent spent a lot of time with us, and
He did.
I think that's wonderful, but I think we need to
I think we can.
cut him loose.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Karen, just one other point of information, and I think this is really important to Mr. Edwards.
Sure.
In the teacher contract, teachers can bring their kids into the district as long as there's room. So if a teacher wants to bring their kid into the district, they can't increase to another teacher. So let's say I have a seat available at Ranger. A teacher wanted to bring an elementary student in, they would have to come to Ranger. Right? So it's not to add additional cost. It's got to be room within the budget that doesn't add additional cost.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much.
You have given me the best explanation I've heard, and the doctor's predecessor, I'm telling you, would not.
Well, it's in the contract. What section is it?
It is in teacher's contract, Article 3.
It's in their contract, but it can't be at an additional cost.
So they
All right.
can do it, but it's at your discretion, is what it amounts to.
Well, it's not at our discretion. If there's room, if there's room, they can come. If there's not room, they can't come.
Right.
So it's not an additional, we don't say additional cost, there has to be space.
But you
Which
decided-
means
you
if there's no
decided there's
space.
Which is,
Right.
yeah, no, if there's no space, you can't.
They can't come.
Okay.
Then you only
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. Thank you again, Peter.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Great, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so, we are here, and I am happy to say that that went quite well. I'm happy to say that I was dead flat wrong, that Jay was right, that we are sitting here at 8:30. Egg on my face. However, it was very fruitful, and it was good. What's that?
I loaded the deck.
Yeah, that's okay, and it went very well, so that was good. So now we have to do part two. So we are, we can have more discussion, we can entertain motions, we can, this is the committee's time, and so we can go anywhere we want. So I will, if anyone has anything they want to say, it's our time. So, yeah. Question for us, I hope, not for,
Yeah.
not for Peter, I hope.
Not for anybody else. Newbie here. So I don't know, because we have so much municipal capital, because we have so much municipal capital to get through, is it, and you guys are the experts, but, would it be good to try to plug in what is, what the capital numbers, and then look at the school numbers so we see kind of where we are? Or since they're the two biggest parts of our budget? Or does it matter? That's just a question.
Well,
for those of you that have done
We can
this
always go
before.
back and revote, like, once we get to it and we got the final docket done,
Yeah,
and we look
that's-
at it and go, oh, wow, we
We
need
need
to
to-
rein it in a little bit, then you can reopen your vote. Whoever made the motion can reopen it, and we can recalculate from there.
Okay.
But at some point, we gotta start plugging numbers in and see
That's
where
it.
we end up.
Yeah, and I'd like to.
That's how
And
it,
it's a really good point, Sherry, and I'm glad you brought it up, because I sat on this committee 10 years ago, whenever it was, back in the day when I was new, and we never even brought that up, so I'm glad you did. I think that I tried to do that last week, remember? I tried to put at least boundary conditions up there, high and low numbers at least, very quickly, just so that we all had some point of references of what was going on with the levy. And so, yeah, so thank you for bringing that up. But I would like to try to get through this tonight. At least, we can always reconsider later, as Jennifer said. I would like to get through this, and I'd like to, we get through, and we've got municipal capital on the agenda too. And this is, this is a big one, so I'd like to try to get through it. So let's march on.
Mr. Karen, I would like to make a motion to accept the superintendent's request of $31,947,720 to fund our schools for fiscal year 2019-20.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second for that motion. Motion on the floor to fund the request of $31,947,720. Motion made by Jennifer Rashley, seconded by Jennifer Jocelyn. Motion is live. Is there any discussion? I will let Jennifer speak first since it's her motion.
I think we were given a thorough explanation of where we could bring our school system. In the previous budgets we were given by the school committee, this budget has been reduced drastically. We have not, our teachers have accepted a decrease in pay. The town has actually, for the last 5 years, paid less money into our schools. It's at, I think, $111,000 if you go back to that page. Over the last 5 years, that's where we're at now. And this budget allows us to give a 1% reduction in our town's taxes. It allows us to fund the fundamental elements of our school system. This is a budget request that is a compromise in many, many ways. And I go back to what I said earlier. We can take a small portion of our new revenue figures. We are no longer a town that can cry poor. We have money that we will be able to give taxpayers money back and still fund our schools in the most fair way that we will have been able to do in 5 years.
Thank you. You seconded it, Jennifer?
I'm just going to kind of reiterate the same type of thing. I mean, year after year, we have level funded. We saw the deduction in that budget from the taxpayer side. We have asked them, Ruth, I don't shake my head when you talk.
I'm not doing anything.
So we have asked them to be fiscally responsible. We have asked them to not increase. We asked the superintendent the first 2 times he came in, what else can be brought out? They took out new positions, they eliminated the technology and the athletic increase request, and they brought it down. We've also asked them year and year again to reinvest the fund balance in our schools. They've done that. You know, so much of this is fixed. I don't, the dangerous conversations that I don't like that we've had is about special education students. They are entitled to the services, and we have to pay that either way. But I think this is a year that we have revenue, that we can reinvest in our schools, and we can reinvest in our students, and we can still have a benefit to our taxpayers by reducing their taxes as well.
I need to respond to her.
No. Just we're gonna go around the table now.
She just accused me.
She made.
They keep accusing me of shaking, and I didn't do anything.
Okay, we heard you.
Please stop doing that.
We heard. Okay. Ruth. Okay, Ruth responded. You responded. Thank you. So why don't we just continue around the table? We had the motion maker, the second. Why don't we continue around the table, Deb?
So I'm going to just piggyback on what the two Jens said. We have an opportunity. We have really short-sighted the schools over the last few years. We really have not given them any increases, nor have we done that on the municipal side. We have an opportunity. We have almost $4 million extra revenue this year than we've had in past years. The superintendent came in with a 5-year plan, looking at where we can be to try to increase our graduation rates, to make our schools better, to look at some of the capital items, the bathrooms, and I know we've beat that to death. I use those bathrooms, my kids use those bathrooms. They're the same bathrooms that have been there since the schools were built. We need to invest in our buildings. We need to invest in our teachers. They went 4 years without an increase. We're giving them 3% now. We're trying to catch up. So we have $4 million. I think that the superintendent came back, the school committee came back with some modifications to the original budget that they gave us. They came back a second time with modifications. They came back a third time with modifications. They're not asking for pie in the sky. They're really asking for basic education for our children in our town. And these are our kids. So I do support it. The superintendent asked us when he came the first time, do you trust me? And over these past few meetings, I have to say I do trust him. So I trust him with the future of our children. Thank you.
Brendan?
Yep, so I'll support what the others have said in terms of many of the reasons why I support the motion. I think it was demonstrated by the superintendent that we're currently in a deficit, and that using resources that are available to us through the Medicaid funds and all that, we can get through this year, but that there aren't a lot of extraneous expenses that are put in here, and that these are contractual obligations, and trying to solve a lot of the issues of what people get paid and health care and unions and all that, that this year, and we have this obligation to meet this. But I think as important as all that, I think we get good value for it, and I support the motion.
Sherry?
Yeah, it's my turn. I'm bewildered. I met with Dr. Sanchioni, and I appreciate the fact that they feel like they need, this much more money to be able. I'm looking at the town contribution from last year, and then what's being asked for this year. I'd rather not go into. After meeting with Dr. Sanchioni, I also talked to people from around the state of Rhode Island, and I believe these numbers are on the Department of Labor website and things like that. So I am taking this vote seriously and trying to look at everything that I can get my hands on as a new budget committee member to make and inform my decision. But some information that I got, or from people, again, from all different towns around the state last night, was that our teachers are, and I don't understand how the teachers couldn't have gotten increases in their pay when in the contract, so not every teacher could not have gotten a pay raise, because in the contract, it just depends on what step they're at. And the contract was negotiated at 3% increase, another 3% increase, and then another 3.5%. So what I saw last night, and what I believe to be true, is that the teachers in Tiverton are making an average of $14,000 more than most of the other towns around us, surrounding us. And maybe that's not true, and I know numbers can be thrown and skewed to make it look however anybody wants. I see all these charts, but what I want to say is that I think that, and this is another point for the schools, I think that everything is done backwards in this town when it comes to the budgeting process and the way things go. I would really like to see this town come to a point where the schools and the budget committee maybe not even the budget committee, maybe, you know, everybody in the town starts coming to some sort of level playing ground when they come into the budget committee and say, these are the things that we, you know, you come in, even talking to Dr. Sanchioni, most other towns, they don't come in the way that they have come in this way. They come in realizing, this is what I was funded last year, this is what I'll be funded next year, and these are our priorities as a school system that need to be funded. These are the things that we really need to take care of and do in our school. And the towns also split, you know, the income that comes in, the revenue that comes in, dependent on, you know, what the needs of the town are. I just think that the town is doing things backwards, and that we really need to try to get, no matter what happens tonight, we need to get to a point where things are stable, where the school can count on a specific amount every year at least, and where everything in the town is being funded the way it needs to. We have a big capital plan. I'm not even so sure that should have been a 5-year plan. I think it should have been spread over a longer period of time. And I'm sorry I've talked about the capital again, but I have so many thoughts and so many questions, and I'm new this year, but I am looking at everything, and it's going to be really difficult to make a decision. But I want everybody to know that for somebody that's new to the budget committee, I do have a heart, and I do care about the school kids, and I do care about helping, you know, making sure they get an education, but I also am concerned for the taxpayer. So, you know, those are two things, and we have a lot of taxpayers that, just like Jay said, they're being completely taxed out of their houses. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sherry. I will go. So I will just say that I thought I saw a chart up there where next year there's going to be a problem. Maybe it was this coming year when I saw the next year, but either way, I sensed from discussions that there was structural problems in paying this, in funding this budget moving forward, in that fund balances were being used, and in a certain sense, in this case, well, we've been using, apparently the request has been to use some of the casino money or some of this new revenue. So that's, to me though, when I heard something about fund balance being used, and I remember posing a question to somebody from the school department, and I said, I have a concern about that for next year, and somebody from either the school committee or the superintendent, I don't remember who it was, agreed with me, yeah, it's a concern. So one of my problems is going down this road actually is going to increase the maintenance of effort, and it's going to accentuate the problem for next year, rather than putting the reins on things and tightening things down now. That's one of my issues. Secondly, there was getting back to the casino money, there was certainly a large sentiment by people that it'd be used for tax reduction, and I certainly subscribe to that, and I can be swayed a bit to use some of it for these capital improvements, not as much as others. But there's also a large sentiment that it should not be used for labor, and we heard that quite a bit during different campaigns and elections, whether it was during the charter stuff or. So it should not be used for labor. We heard that over and over again. Don't use it to increase your labor budgets. And so even people that I'm known to be at odds with said that repeatedly. And I would agree with that. Certainly agree with that. And so here I am saying it now, and repeating that statement, that this would be, and this is exactly what the superintendent said, to take a certain amount of money from the casino money, $1 million or whatever that amount is, And to have it all and to use it to fund this situation, and I pointed out in my earlier speech that it was roughly the $1 million, and went through the bit about the impact statement over 2 years, looking at roughly $1 million. So there's no question that that's what we're talking about here, is that $1 million related to labor. So using the casino money for labor is problematic in my view, and I think it's problematic with the view of a lot of people in town, and that's precisely what we just got asked to do. So I think it's clear that I would be opposed to doing this, and that's where I'm going to end my talk on this, so I can yield the floor. Ruth?
I'm just going to speak briefly, since I've said a lot before. I feel, like Sherry, I really do care so much about the education, and we have a difficult situation, right, where there's these needs everywhere. So just reminding also about the 5 million bonds this year. 3 million is a casino, but there's 5 million in costs on bonds. So just trying to, make sure everyone thinks of all the costs. The contract issue, I do think that that's still a bit of a problem, as other people have said. I think you have to be really careful negotiating contracts. There's a lot of good things about being a teacher in Tiverton. You have the summers off, it's beautiful here, so many good things, right? I don't think it's all about the money, and I've said that many times. It's not all about dollars. It's not. And everyone seems to keep emphasizing it. I realize we have to have a budget, but I'm just saying that my mother was a teacher. They never asked for increases in the Midwest. They never asked for increases. She made average, and at that time for the whole country. It was not a money issue. I only heard her talk about this kid, Johnny, this person, how are they doing? That's what I heard her talk about. So I'm a little feeling a bit jaded at this whole point. I know we have to make a budget, but I just really want us to be on both sides a little flexible, a little more flexible. I'm not sure I can go, was it the 5.6% that was presented, I think, and that was that 4% from the town? Is that what I think it was? Okay, so I mean, I think that amount, I would have to go at least a little lower in my opinion and my voting, just to let you know. Thank you very much. But wait, one more thing. I'm still very excited about having Dr. Sanchioni here. I think it's absolutely wonderful, and I think that only good things will come in the future. That's absolutely true, and I think everybody feels that way. So none of this should take away from that. We will increase things. So thank you very much.
Tom?
Okay, I was spending the last, much of the last 24 hours going through the pay scales and just calculating sample raises and following people early in their career through the step increases and also the ones that are stuck at the top and just to see how that all goes. This definitely seems to be the year of the emphasis on focusing on teacher salaries, which I like to see. My wife's a retired teacher, and so good for them. They got a good contract from the numbers that I'm playing with. It's a good thing. It's cooked in. It's baked in. I'm not, I just like to see things come down a little bit in other areas. We don't talk about the rest of the pie. We talk about the things that are, some things, but we don't talk about the rest of the pie that doesn't seem to change and no one questions year after year. Companies try to get efficient year after year, and I'm sure there's a lot of that going on, but it just seems a little bit high to me, even when you account for all the salary increases. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Tom? Jay?
I would just like everybody not to lose sight of what maintenance of effort does. Sort of like compound interest. So whatever we give today, we must give plus next year, and the year after, and the year after, and the year after. Now, true, we have a lot of money in casino, but in a very in a very few short years, if we're not careful, the entire casino revenue will go to the school system because of maintenance of effort. For no other reason than that. For that reason, I think it's time for us to sort of slow it down, put the bee in the bonnet of the school committee that we can't be quite so generous with these contracts. And the problem with saying, well, all the other surrounding communities are giving more, yes, they are. But now Middletown gives more. So then immediately, the teachers' unions in Newport, Portsmouth, and Tiverton want more. And it just becomes a snowball that never ends. At some point, it needs to be stabilized. It needs to be slowed down. If the raises continue the way they are, in about 15 years, you're going to have $110,000 teachers. At some point, you got to ask, what is any job worth? What can we afford to pay for that job? And as Jeff said, and I heard this myself out of many people, they did not want the casino money to go to new labor costs. They wanted it to go for things, capital things, paying off debt, those kinds of things. If we don't do something to satisfy that request, then all of it's going to go to labor. Not that I'm anti-labor, I used to work too. But we got to get a control of this thing.
Thank you, Jay. Justin?
So I shouldn't feel the way that I feel, but I do. My family shouldn't be in the situation that they're in, but they are. And without getting into too much detail, my vote right now is going to reflect, I hope that my vote today will help a family in a similar situation to mine to stay in Tiverton rather than have to pack up and leave.
Thank you, Justin. Joe?
Let's vote.
Okay, great. So, great. So we had some discussion. We all went around once.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Of the school committee?
Okay. Well, there's certain members here of the school committee. I don't think they're in session.
Anyone, if anyone could respond to Sherry's.
Use your mic, Jen.
If any member of the school committee could respond to Sherry's supposition that teachers were making 14% raise, 14,000 in raise.
So I'll give it a shot. I speak only on behalf of myself, not officially on a part of the school committee, but I have never seen any data that supports that. Our teachers are the lowest paid in the state. Every Rhode Island Association of School Committees, Rhode Island Association of Superintendents, if you look at RIDE data, there's something called the UCOA, which is the Unified Chart of Accounts on the RIDE website. I don't think any of that information would support the assertion that we're $14,000 more than other teachers or sort of the state averages. If anything, you know, the larger communities, and this is an impression, it's not factual, I guess, larger communities such as Warwick, Providence, East Providence actually have more powerful, more leveraged unions, and so that's going to drive the overall state averages up. If you probably if you looked at some communities that have a lower median income that are smaller, you might see lower than us, but the most recent Rhode Island Association of School Committees data that I'm aware of shows us, it depends on the step, but we're certainly in the bottom third. We may even be second or third from the bottom. I don't recall specifically.
And then, Sherry, did you get that information from the Tiverton fact checker?
No. No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I do not. Seriously.
Okay, so we've had discussion. Joe asked that we vote, so we can do that. So, the motion, just to repeat, so there's no confusion, since this is a rather important vote, what I have written down is that the motion was to fund the school's operational budget at $31,947,720. Is that consistent? The motion was made by Jennifer Ashley, seconded by Jennifer Jocelyn. We've had discussion. We're now going to vote. So that's the request that the school committee's made. So I'm going to ask for anybody in favor of that to raise their hands. Okay, so all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Okay. So motion did not carry. It did not carry in, it was 4-7, right? That adds up to 11.
Thank the math teacher for that.
7-4.
Mr. Chairman.
No. 4-7, I think. Right, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized, please, when you have a minute. When we're ready.
I will recognize you, Joe.
I'll move $30,233,369.
30 million. Could you repeat the number,
Yeah,
please?
30 million.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, my glass. It was $1 more. 233,369.
269?
369.
Okay. Joe makes the motion. 30, 233,369.
And I'll just say that if the council supports this number, I'd be more apt to vote for the capital.
In the budget
I
committee?
don't say that the school doesn't need repairs. I do say that when they had $6 million or $5.5 million or whatever it was in surplus, that they should have made the repairs to the intercom and to the bathrooms years ago. If they're that bad, why did we sit on millions of dollars for years? We should have fixed them. I know they need fixing, but I don't understand why we didn't do it when we had $5 million or so in surplus for what, over 4 years? So come on. That's my motion. I need a second.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Ruth.
Could you repeat the number, please?
30,233,369. Sorry, 30,233,369.
$1 more than last year.
$1 more than last year.
And again, keep in mind that I think we'll have to support the capital. So it will be an increase, but it won't go towards the maintenance of effort.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for $30,233,369. There's a second. It's a live motion. I will allow Joe to initiate discussion.
I said what I needed to say.
Okay. I will reiterate my comments. I won't reiterate them in detail, just to say about the money being used for, the casino money being used for labor. And in addition, I reiterate the slide that I put up last week about possibilities for tax relief and what it would take to get there. Thank you. I will now go this way. I'll go to Justin LaCroix next. I guess we'll go around this way. No comment? Okay. Jay?
I'll just say that, yes, we should use the budget to drive change, but this is throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, I'm going to work some numbers, see if I can rationalize this vote. I think we're gonna have a tough time with it.
Okay. Ruth?
No comment.
Okay. Sherry?
No comment.
Okay. Brendan?
I don't support.
Okay. Deb?
I don't support either. And you're saying, Jeff, that we don't want to use casino money to pay salary, but the salary's contractual. So the salary's going to be paid, and we're going to have to cut other operating costs.
They're going to have to tighten the belt somewhere else, yeah.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of fat on this.
I
It's
wish
a
they
pretty.
had thought of that when they voted last fall.
It's pretty lean. It's pretty darn lean.
Dr. Sanquioni, what happens to our schools with a zero-funded budget?
I think we already heard testimony.
This is different. This is very different.
We're in the middle of a vote. I think we need to move.
I
Just
need
move
to,
the question.
this is a
If it
point of
fails,
information
we'll
I
go to
need to
the next
understand,
vote.
please.
We don't have votes, but
It's part of her question, or it's part of her.
I understand.
We already heard. It's gonna ruin the schools, the kids are gonna suffer, the end of the world.
Joe, respectful, come on.
Can you,
Yeah, you can answer, sure. You can use voting if you want, or whatever you want.
I appreciate the question, and you may recall last time I came to you, I showed you a number of budget scenarios, and one of them was a $31,591,000, 790 budget, which in essence was a $400,000 cut, which strips every expense account to bare bones minimum. And so what I showed you was anything below that number is personnel. That's teachers. So our population's staying the same. Our class sizes are by no means low. So to answer your question, it's going to cause a drastic impact on the school department. And there's nothing in there that, there's nothing fake about that. So that's a reality.
Wait, is that just, you said cut teachers, is that what you said, cut teachers?
That will cause us to cut
Personnel.
teachers.
So not only teachers, but other personnel could be like a behavioral.
We'll have to evaluate, but it
Could be a math.
Here's something for understanding, and I'll end with this, Jeff. Our budget's not that hard to understand. It's 80% salary, it's 10% special ed, it's 4% energy, and it's 4% transportation. I think, if my numbers are right there, it's like 96%. That's all fixed and mandated costs. I mean, you're talking about 4% that does curriculum things, that does technology, things of that nature. So there's nothing fake about those numbers.
Okay, are you done, Jennifer?
I think there is an intent with this number to degrade our schools, and that there is a minority that wants to disband our schools and get rid of as many public school teachers as is possible. And I think this is very sad that here we have money in the budget and we can pay for this. And this is a cooperative, the numbers, the number that was just presented is something that I think is shameful to anyone who votes for it.
Okay. Jennifer, do you have any discussion?
I won't support this. I think this isn't even in the realm of compromise. This isn't even in the realm of going, in the years past when we haven't had money and we've buckled down, and this is just, there's no reason for a maintenance of effort this year. There's zero reason for maintenance of effort this year. This isn't even on a plane of compromise. It's, in my opinion, ridiculous.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Any further discussion? We good? So the Joe's motion was 32,333,369, and I'm gonna million, which is $1 more than maintenance of effort. I will call a vote for all those in favor of the vote of that amount. Please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay.
Jeff.
So we have a back to a neutral ground now. I did have a question of somebody. I just wanted to ask one question. If somebody could, maybe someone could pull out a number quickly for me. There was a number that they put up there. It was like $113,000 at one point. The number that they needed to meet their minimum mandates. Just, it was in one of their packages, if you recall. The superintendent had it in the slide package, the 113,000 some odd change that they needed to meet their minimum requirements. It was in a package, one of the packages that he gave us.
Jeff?
Anyway, yes.
Can we entertain more motions?
I will entertain motions immediately.
Okay. Hold on. If I've calculated this right, I'd like to make a motion.
So this is Jennifer, let me just go, I call you JJ in my notes, go ahead.
You can. I'd like to make a motion to appropriate to the school department $31,140,369, which I believe is a 3% increase, and it's lower than what the town council approved.
Town council approved.
Is it up?
Town council
You want me, what do you want?
Town-
Where are you at?
Town council does not approve any
Well,
number for the schools.
No, I'm sorry, suggested number, there's a number on this line.
Yeah,
Suggested.
but that number was.
I'm sorry, I'll retract that
For
statement.
budgeting purposes
I will
only,
retract
right.
that
Okay,
statement.
okay, that's
Jay,
fine.
where,
No problem.
what do you want?
4%.
You want 4 million? 4%? I'll, got the number? I'll amend.
31442,700.
I'll go with Jay's number.
Tom will correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, is that
Like, were you talking local money or were you talking total money?
Total,
Total.
and Jay's at a different,
Isn't that what we've been talking?
I don't know.
yeah, we've been talking total numbers.
I only talk local. Anyone knows me knows that.
I'm confused on local.
Jay, you make the motion, I'll resend, you make it for what you got.
You want me to make the motion?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that for the school department budget, we have an increase of 4%, which should be $31,442,700. Tom, correct me if I'm wrong.
Can you repeat that slower, please, Mr. Edwards?
31442,700.
Second.
J.E., that's who you are.
The only one.
Okay, 31442,700. And Mr. Edwards claims it's a 4% increase on the total number. Jay, are you going to ask a question, just for, as a point of, did you happen to calculate what the percentages of the local or no on that? Okay.
Only because I wasn't exactly sure what the local was.
Okay, who seconded that?
I did.
Jennifer seconded it, okay. So,
I did it in my head.
second by JJ, okay, great. So, I'm sorry, I stalled for a minute there and I shouldn't have. So we have a live motion for $31,442,700. We have a second by by Jay Edwards. We have a second by Jennifer Jocelyn. Jay made the motion. I will, if you could make your case, I will then turn it over to Jennifer, and then the rest of us can go around if we so choose, and we will vote, hopefully.
Well, my case is, you know, I'm sort of ambivalent about the idea of using casino money for salaries, but throughout the town organization, we are doing that. And like we just heard, a lot of these are contractual, and the money's going to go to them, to those contracts, regardless where it comes from. We could have a millionaire come in here and donate $1 million. That's where it's going to go. At the same time, like I've said many times tonight, We need to put the brakes on this thing a little bit. I don't want the schools to suffer a lot, but I do want and I expect that they get a little more efficient. And I do want and I expect, and I think a lot of other people do too, that the school department, that the school committee pay attention to contracts a little closer. Regardless of what surrounding communities are paying, regardless of what they're paying anywhere else, our concern should be what we can pay, and don't lose sight of the fact that Tiverton's taxes come from residential property. We don't have industry. We only have three industries: cell phone towers, the casino, and the power plant. The rest is mom and pop stuff, really. We don't have a lot of industry like Middletown, Portsmouth, Newport, all these other places to help carry the load. We carry it. We need to remember that.
So,
Tom.
my turn next, I think, because I second it. Jeff had said that when he left the table.
Oh, okay.
I think this is a compromise. I think that, again, reiterating what Jay said, it's contractual. So we are going to pay it. And and if we don't, where it is going to affect it, is it going to affect our students? So if you say, and that, okay, we're going to level fund, then where the result will be is in the firing of teachers and the loss of services. A lot of it is fixed. I mean, you cannot deny a child special education. You can't get rid of their behavioral therapist. You can't get, the direct effect to that will be the students. I think seeking a compromise, and I think we've had the most professional presentations repeatedly come in. This is the year that we've had the most information and the most transparency that we've ever had. And I fully support this dollar amount.
Yeah, I'll let Jennifer speak.
There's a book that was published a few years ago called The Life and Death of Math, and one of the chapters is devoted to the amount of education you have and then your productivity and your fiscal success based on your education. And taking away from our education at this level is a way to, in the long term, reduce the monetary success of these children in the future as future taxpayers to Tiverton. So it's a way to slow progress down and to build the citizens that will rise in a few years and be paying taxes themselves. I don't support this budget.
I have nothing to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't support it. It's $500,000 less than what was demonstrated is needed right now, and I think those are going to be brutal cuts. No.
Sharon? I'm not going to support this. Ruth, it's your turn to speak.
No comment, thank you.
My turn. So if one were to take the steps lanes contract longevity number and add it to last year's number, you get really close to what we're proposing now. I think that's important to you know, when you take and drive something like that, there are consequences. So there's consequences for the town, there's good consequences for the teachers and stuff, but like to see things, you know, work their way out. This is tough. It's tough all the way around, and I kind of like that because it must have been a tough decision to make that, to go from 2% the last 3 years to 3.5, these 3 years. So I think, I know, I'm kind of liking this.
Jay, you didn't want to add anything on yours?
No, I'm all set.
Yeah, so what I've been looking for, it's too late for me. I've already said I'm moving, but this to me seems like a compromise. And it's not going to be what some folks might like, and it might be what some folks do like. I'm here for compromise. I'm here to move things along and move forward, and this does progress us in the right direction while still helping to relieve the tax burden on the taxpayers of the town as well. So I do think it's a good compromise, and I will support this.
Yeah, just very quickly, I believe there's going to be a budget 2 this year because I think the spending is out of control. So the more you run up this budget, I think the better chance that budget 2 is going to have. And budget 2 will, I think, be a bare bones budget because I think I'm going to put it in myself.
Okay. Okay, so we have had discussion. Are there, I think we heard certain things in that discussion where I think we can probably end discussion now. That's pretty clear. So I'm going to call for a vote. The number, just so we're clear, is for $31,442,700,000. And that would be for the school operations budget. So I'm going to call for all the, and the motion made, who made the motion? Jay Edwards made it, and Jennifer Jocelyn second. I just want to give credit. And so I'm going to ask all those in favor of that motion to please raise their hand.
Amen.
Okay. All those opposed to that motion? Okay, it looks like the motion carried. I say 7-4 that time, right? Motion carried 7-4. Sherry, did you get the appropriate people? Okay, great. So, you may speak.
Thank you. So, Tuesday night, you know, I come to all these meetings, and Tuesday night, Mr. Souza said that the school department and school committee was playing a shell game. And we were hiding money and moving it all around and all these things. And he said at the end of his statement, the peas are under the shell, and we all know who has the peas, that they're in our pocket. So I have a pea in my pocket right here.
That's not what I said.
And here it is.
I said the pea is not under the shell. It's in the guy who's running the game's pocket.
And here's the pea. That's all we have. And you can have it tonight. Okay?
Well, I want the shells,
I've
too.
never taken a cent from the school department. I give my stipend to the school department. I was offended, and we don't have to be offended. We can all debate and talk about things. And we have worked very hard to save this
And
town.
when we find out there was 1.7 that was off the books.
It wasn't off the books. It was in another area. We explained
How come we didn't hear about that? And
We
how come,
explained
how come it
Okay.
couldn't be spent to fix
We
the
explained
bathrooms in the intercom system?
We
Okay.
spent it on other things, ceiling
Okay.
tiles and lights. And
We
it's
should have did the
beautiful.
Okay.
bathrooms in the intercom.
I'm gonna take control. Okay. Sally, thank you for the P.
And I just want to say, I need to say something. I need to say something.
Okay, hold on.
I don't like that. I don't like that exchange, and I think it was a bit insulting to Joe, and I didn't like it.
Okay, it doesn't matter, Ruth. I mean, people will judge themselves, okay? So,
Mrs. Black is nothing but a lady, and I have nothing but respect for her.
okay,
Of course, we're never going to agree on everything.
right. Okay, so that being said, we are now, we now have a vote for the school appropriation for operations. We have, not a vote, we have an approved number. And so now we move on to discussion of and budget votes for school capital. And we know that there's a list. We just got provided a list.
Can you give us the document you're working
I'm working with what he handed us tonight, frankly. Okay? Yeah, so this is the document he handed tonight. It's 9:28. It's moving on time. I'm going to try to start moving through this at a faster clip, if possible. Do we, I'll just read the items just so we have some reorientation. The items remaining in the list are in red: replace intercom system, $93,000; renovate bathrooms, Tiverton High School, $100,000; renovate bathroom, Tiverton Middle School, $100,000; replace front doors at Tiverton Middle School, $18,000. And then at the bottom it says total critical, $311,000, and in red on the left it says to be funded from town revenue, and that's why it's before us. So with that, I can entertain, I hopefully will entertain motions, and we can try to move.
Mr. Chairman, I will motion 0.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor for 0. Is there a second to that motion? I will second that motion if there is no second.
The only thing I'll say is we just gave them a 4% increase. They're going to have a surplus this year. They can use the surplus.
I will, are you done, Joe?
Yes.
I will recall everybody back to the questioning that occurred, that the discussion that occurred when the school committee was before us at one point, and a specific line of questioning regarding the surplus fund that we've heard about in the news for a couple of years now. And in that questioning, it was discussed that by a vote of the school committee, an amount of surplus funds could be uncommitted and moved back into the, it could be moved from committed to uncommitted. So with that, purpose of that line of questioning that I went through, and the acknowledgement I got, which is on film, the purpose of that was to was specifically for this vote. And so yes, that is specifically why I seconded this motion, and that was the legwork I did to get to this point now. So I will, where did we go? Did we go this way or that way last time? I don't remember. Help me out. Who did we start with?
Well, I started.
You started, but who, wait, we did how many votes? I don't remember where we were. Why don't you go? I'll let you go. You go.
I won't support this. I think the items that are on here are desperately needed. I think some of them are, I mean, 2 of them are just safety issues. Safety in schools, requirements have changed, and the bathrooms, I've brought that up at numerous meetings. I won't support a 0.
Jennifer Ashley?
I'd like to make an amendment and add in the replacement of the intercom system, the renovation of TMS and THS bathrooms, the replacement of the front doors at TMS, and also the repair of the tennis court. The repair of the tennis court, if we let it go, it's going to go from 5 to 20, like 25 to, like, it's going to get to a point where we have to replace the whole thing. The bathrooms, aren't ADA compliant. We could get sued for that. The intercom system at THS, that's a safety issue, and in the era of all kinds of gunslingers, that's an important thing to have. And replacing the front doors at Tiverton Middle is also a safety issue. So I recommend, I amend to 316,000.
Okay, so we had a motion to amend the total to 316,000. Is that what I heard? Is there a second on that?
I'll second that.
I'm going to give it to Deb.
Okay, good.
She's been quiet tonight. Okay, so we have a motion from Jennifer Ashley, a second from Deb for $316,000, and that's for an amendment, sorry. And so, let's see, we were in the middle of discussion. So I'm going to, in the sake of time, I'm going to try to, since we're here, we're going to have to deal with this amendment now. So I'm going to let, Jennifer already spoke on the merits of the amendment. Okay, Deb, I'll let you briefly speak on that,
Okay.
and I'm going to.
So there was a very lengthy list of capital needs. A lot of things we've kicked down year to year and haven't done. Please don't huff at me, Ruth.
I'm not.
We're
Please do
doing
not tell me
safety.
what to do.
These are all
We
health
don't need
and
that from either one,
safety.
okay?
No, don't do
All
that.
health and safety. The tennis courts, as I understand, are really in dire shape and
Don't chastise me, Deb.
will cause.
I'm not chastising you.
Stop.
Not again.
Stop. Will cause personal injury if we don't look at those. So these are all health and safety issues that we need to address.
Deb, Jennifer Jocelyn, are you all set on this, or you want to speak?
Well, I kind of said my piece. We're talking about an intercom system. We have areas of the school where there's if there's an emergency, students cannot hear the instructions, and we have put them at risk, and they are not safe in that environment. Replace the doors at TMS, same thing. It's a safety issue. We live in another day and time, and it is our responsibility to protect these students. The bathrooms, they are not ADA compliant. They did not need to be when they were built in the 70s. They are way beyond replacement, and we need to look that's a town building that needs to be brought up to date, and it needs to adhere to the current law.
Thank you. Brendan?
Yeah, I'd support it for the same reason Jennifer have said. I think these need to be done. We just cut $500,000 out of what the school system said they needed to run, and I think they need this capital.
Sherry, do you have any comments on this? Okay, I'm going to just make the comment one more time that I believe that there are ample funds available to fund this from the surplus. In addition, I have a second thought that that stews into my head every once in a while, and I don't know how you get to this list. I don't know how you get to this list of these. I don't think anyone disagrees. These are important things. It's a question of who pays for them. And I don't know how you get to this list of these important things, front doors, and these bathrooms that aren't ADA compliant. I don't know how you get to this list when we just spent $15 million and on the bond, and we just did how much on ceiling tiles. I mean, how does this list creep through that? I don't know how we end up in the situation where we spent all that money and somehow we still have things that don't meet ADA compliance and whatnot. So that's my 2 cents on that. But that's just like a side note comment that pops into my head every once in a while. No, we just spent $15 million in a bond, and somehow, and we spent a few $1 million on ceiling tiles, and somehow we didn't address these things.
And a bond where if we would have fixed it earlier.
I have the floor,
Yeah,
okay, and you've already said your
But
piece.
if we
I
have a bond,
have the floor, and
that
you've already
bond-
said your
that
piece,
bond,
Jennifer.
If we
Would you
had
please,
fixed it
Ruth,
before,
do you have anything
we
to
wouldn't
say?
have had to
Jennifer,
pay for it
Jennifer,
now.
you're out of order right now.
And if we
Jennifer,
fix
you're
it
out of
now,
order right now.
We won't have to pay for a bigger thing later.
Just tell me when you're done,
To-
Jennifer.
to your
Yeah,
point.
have the floor, tell me when you're done. Go ahead.
This is the attitude.
That when you don't fix things that come up again and again and again, like the heating system and the ventilation system at Tiverton Middle and Tiverton High School, then you get ballooned with an extraordinarily enormous bond. And if we don't take care of these little things now, they escalate, and we fall into this issue of paying a whole lot more than we ever wanted to.
Seems like I heard that 20 times now.
Oh, are you done, Jennifer?
Thank you, Jeff, yes.
Okay. Ruth, it's your turn.
I just, as a point of order, I really object to other people on the committee chastising something that they perceive that I'm doing. I think that's the budget, that's the chairman's purview, and I would like it to stop. Also, I also don't like, as a point of order, Jennifer Rashley butting in or going into the meeting without having the floor. That being said, I will say that the intercom system, I had questions about that to the superintendent. The doors, that's great, fix the doors. That's a safety issue where no one then can come in. But then that makes the intercom system a little less important, I believe, because now they can't get in. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm questioning it a little bit. I know that that's what you said, it was very needed. That's logical. The ADA compliance, I think this goes a little bit into what Jay Edwards is saying. I'm not sure you'll agree with me, Jay, but to improve on efficiency, that these should have been fixed sooner, and I think Joe alluded to that too. I'm not sure how much I can put into this. I'm still thinking about it. Thank you.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, I agree with every one of these items. It seems like they need them. I just disagree on the prices associated with many of them and where it comes from.
Thank you, Tom. Jay?
Where do I start?
Uh-oh.
I'm fully in agreement that all the red items are critical. They're safety items in the climate we live in the society we live in, and what's going on in the world. If we don't take care of security in our high schools, what are we doing? Ruth said that intercom system wouldn't be quite as important if you fixed the front doors. Anybody in this room who has been around any of these schools should be fully aware that from ground level, you can enter any room almost in any of the schools in 2.3 milliseconds. All you need is a brick. That's when the intercom system becomes necessary. Just because they can't get in the front door, well, the bad people out there are going to be fully aware that the front door isn't an option anymore. They're going to use windows.
So you'll throw something through a window, you said?
Yeah, leap through. It's a 2-foot leap.
First, when we toured Fort Barton, the exit doors are glass. Exit doors are glass at Fort Barton in the classroom.
Okay. So
Intercom is needed.
that's why a lot of these things are important.
Okay, let's let Jay have the floor. I want to keep this moving.
Now, when you look at the final number on here, you begin to get an inkling of why I suggested the budget I did. That would be to help pay for this. Give them a little less on the one side where they want it, and do these things that are really necessary for the benefit of the kids and for the safety. As far as the bathrooms are concerned, yes, they are not ADA compliant. I mean, that's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. We need to deal with this. And if you've been in those buildings, parents and us, I wouldn't want to go in there. They're terrible. They've been terrible. Jeff made a good point. Why weren't they done as part of the bond? Or why weren't they done using surplus in past years? Well, that's done. You know, we can't argue about that. But I think you can be pretty sure that the new superintendent and the school department and the school committee is pretty aware that we're paying real close attention to these things. And I don't think they're going to let it slide again. And if they do, they know they're going to hear about it. So that's why I'm going to support this as a minimum, if not more.
Justin?
I'm going to support this for the safety of the kids, and also, again, in the name of compromise, that's why we're here.
Joe?
I can't support it because, like I said, I think they already have the money.
So I think I heard what I needed to hear in terms of, we can have probably in discussion. So I will call for a vote then. All those in favor, well, I'll repeat the motion. The motion was for, no, the amendment, sorry. It's an amendment to a main motion. And so we have to remember this. It's an amendment for $316. $316,000. I almost tricked you all there. Almost got away with it. $316,000.
Nice try.
$316,000 for these capital items in red. And I was out of the room. One of these items was probably 5,000 more. I don't know which one it was.
Tennis courts.
Okay, tennis courts were included. Okay, thank you. And so that was it. The amendment was made by Jennifer, seconded. I credited that to Deb. And so if the amendment passes, then we would vote on the. We don't think we vote on the main motion, which I think would be straightforward as well. So, which would be the amended motion. So, all those in favor of the amendment for $316,000. And it looks like the amendment passes. Okay, opposed? Okay, great. Did you get that? I was opposed. And who was opposed? Tom, Joe. Was that it? 3? And,
yeah.
And you, I don't know how you voted.
The rest of the liberals voted.
I don't know how you voted. Okay, so now we're back to the main motion. So now that seemed pretty lopsided. So I think we could probably go right to a vote on the total amount now. So unless anyone's opposed to it, I think it's pretty clear. So we would now vote on the amended amount, which would be $316,000 in capital. We get to the red items plus the tennis courts for $5,000. I will call for a vote. All those. We voted to amend the number. Now we vote on the main motion. Okay. So I will call for all those in favor of the main motion as amended for $316,000.
So it's
Okay.
it's the main motion
It's
as
basically
amended.
the same thing, right? That's why I did it so quickly. All those opposed? Okay. And it's the same thing. Okay, great. So we got that done. Fantastic. Thank you. Right, it died. We never got to it. Because the available amendments first. Well, once it was amended, you never get it. Okay, no, it's okay. First time.
Sherry today.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Okay, so now want to thank everybody who was here from the schools tonight. Certainly, I think we've gotten through our school portion of the of this. So thank you very much for coming. Okay. The next item on the agenda is 6C, which is discussion of and budget votes for municipal capital. And I am going to attempt at this point to put on the screen as best I can. Thank you, Jan. Would you be able to? Thank you. You don't need to get this, but just you see how I make out. Oh, I don't even know if this has HDMI. Whoops. It does. Great. Well, we're thinking it's late, so Frank, you need to go. I'll let you. Okay, here we go. Municipal capital. We are at a point where I have a list. Did it go? Oh, it went up. Great. And it's a small screen, so I apologize. My large computer is it's got an issue. I am in the document. I am actually in the latest and greatest, but this part has not changed. So this is the document that was printed by Nancy.
I'm sorry, John. Like I have the March 26th one, I have
Okay.
the March 12th one.
Okay. Let me do this.
Latest was March 26th, wasn't it?
Tom, there were no changes to this section, correct, from the PDF to this? So I would be able to just put up the PDF. It's all the same, right? Okay? It's all the same, right?
Should be.
Okay. So I'm going to do that to avoid confusion. I think I can do that.
Page 2.
Thank you, Joe.
Of the 26th?
Yeah, on the 26th of March is page 2.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, a little bit.
The bag's getting heavy.
26. I'm putting up the draft from March 26th. This section didn't change, so I'll just, oh no. What is this?
I think you're confused.
No, I got it. That was just, I was doing dockets during one of the sessions. March 26th, that would have been, this is the one that we handed out and that everyone should in theory have a copy of, the exact one.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay? Okay, so, we can just entertain motions. Hopefully we can move through some of this. I know it's getting late, but I'd really like to knock out some of this. I could entertain motions. I'd love to go in order just for ease.
Go
But
line by line and start moving it?
well, yeah, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna start on road paving and drainage.
Tom, are you ready to record some of these?
Yes.
Okay. And you too, Sherry? In case they go fast? I don't know if they will. but-
Question.
Okay. Yes, Joe?
We had talked about combining paving, drainage, curb, and sidewalk into one account.
We did.
So what I'd like to do is move 500,000, but I want it to be a combined account.
Okay, and those would be, I'm gonna write this down because I wanted to take note of it. What accounts would that be, Joe?
It was
Road-
road paving and drainage,
Yep.
curbing and sidewalks was separated. You had 450 in paving and 50,000 in, but I wanted it to be as one account.
Okay, so that's a number that's 25,000 more than the council request?
Correct.
Okay.
So wait, drainage isn't in,
Paving, road paving, drainage,
Slash drainage.
and then the line below is curbing and sidewalks.
So you're increasing.
Yes, by 25,000, those two lines. And I wanted them to be combined into one, because I think, I know, I
You heard
just.
the argument, yeah.
Yeah, we heard you last.
I've heard it both ways, so I just think it makes more sense to have it combined.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for $500,000 for a combined line called road paving, drainage, curbing, and sidewalks.
Second.
And we have a second from Ruth. Motion from Joe, second from Ruth for $500,000. Is there any discussion on this item?
I have one question.
Maybe let's just try to take questions as they come. Rather than go around, just to keep this moving, because otherwise we're gonna be here all night. Okay, on these, I think we can do it, okay?
Yep.
So
Okay, go ahead,
isn't
Jim.
road paving and drainage still restricted?
It is if we resolve it, yeah, if it's
And
voted, yeah.
And we will,
Yeah,
but curbing and sidewalks are not.
they could be, if we add it to
Well,
it.
currently they
They
are
don't,
not.
that account doesn't exist these days. That's a new account.
So
I
if we
believe.
put it, whether it is or it is not, if we put it in with road paving and drainage, it becomes restricted. I think
Right.
the argument that Rick made was, and correct me if I'm wrong, due to the different types of sidewalks, that was the reason he didn't want to put it in there. And he didn't want to do it because, just because you did a road did not necessarily incur sidewalk repair and vice versa.
But if the title of the account is that, it doesn't preclude him.
Besides the
It
fact.
doesn't
that they
say it
need-
has to be done.
If they needed more for curbing and sidewalks, if they needed more than, say we needed 60,000, but you only budgeted 50.
Well, there is
This
that-
way, they're able to use the whole amount to fix our roads regardless of what we're doing.
And that's a good point, too.
There's an
No.
easy answer too. Rick, would you support, are you okay with this if we do that? Does it tie your hands in any way?
I think I support, I just have a statement and a question. All the sidewalks and curbing aren't necessarily related to the exact road you're doing. But the one question I have is that up or down or the same as what?
It's up, it's a
It's up.
$25,000 increase.
It was total of 500,000 for both.
It's a
I think you'll like the motion.
It's 25,000 more.
Benefiting.
Rick, it's 25,000 more than the town council and budget committee
Okay,
added.
so it's the same as what we requested, but
Yes.
25 more than the
Yes.
town council.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Never mind, I'm all- Thank you very much, thank you.
Okay, so, any other?
On the other hand, I would like, I want it to be restricted. I don't want them to transfer to something. I want our roads fixed. I don't want them to find some other need.
It is
Go
Yeah,
find the
we'll
money
move that.
somewhere
The
else.
resolution would now
I'm saying
include
Resolution will
curbing
take
and
care of it.
sidewalks.
Curbing and
as
sidewalks,
this
so it can't
bucket,
be touched.
A bigger bucket.
We made a point of that last
Yep,
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, we'll get to those if we ever get through this. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm amazed I'm saying this, but I agree with Joe. I want the roads
Broken
fixed.
clock is right twice a
Oh, my
day.
Take me home.
Jay,
I do know CPR. So, no, I think we need to get the roads fixed. There's,
Yeah.
That's the number one thing I hear about people
I-
complaining about.
I will go on record, this is the third thing that Joe and I have agreed with during this whole process, and I'd fully
Take me
support it. The
home,
roads are a
Elizabeth.
mess.
I'd like to, one thing I'm really concerned about was doing the sewer work in the Bay Street area. The request that had come out is to allow us some money to be able to do what the town needs to do to tie the sewer lines in. And the request from Mr. Kendrick was, I mean, we could spend hundreds
in the
of
next
thousands. And it's got zero, so, to me, I think that at least $50,000 needs to go into that area. I won't support more money going into road paving, drainage, and the others without knowing that we're gonna be able to take care of that critical issue in terms of allowing these people to tie in.
Isn't that a litigation?
it is, that's why they pulled it out. That's why they zeroed it. The council zeroed it, because the taxpayers have to vote on this budget. They can't vote on that because it's a litigation. So however it ends up, the town's liable for. So the taxpayers don't really have a choice in what that is. It's gonna have to be resolved and paid for. That's why they pulled it out, zeroed it, Bay Street.
Then does that need to be part of a contingency fund?
Can I just roll this back for a minute? 'Cause we're gonna digress and lose a lot of time. I don't wanna shortchange this, but I just wanna get a feeling of the committee on Joe's motion. Is there, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this in Robert's rules, but I sense that, I just sense that Brendan has an issue perhaps, but I don't know if there's a lot of strong support for this motion otherwise. We can handle Brendan's question when we get to that item. I know Brendan is conflicted a little bit on this and he wants an answer, but I also don't want to, this is already starting to digress into the Bay Street issue. So if there's a strong, if I'm just trying to get a sense of the committee, if there's a strong support for this motion, and then we can just get to that item. I don't know how to do that. Well, it's not fair to Brendan though. He wants an answer to his question, so I don't know.
I thought that Deb gave him an answer.
No.
And I don't know if I could ask, my understanding was that the original money that had been put in was assuming that was settlement money, and that we couldn't touch for specific areas.
John, could you stand or
The original request that I made was not limited to the settlement fund. There is a certain amount in the settlement fund which is less than the $500,000 that they asked for. I estimated what we need in that area to do the remediation that the town is ultimately responsible for and I left open how much of that would be funded out of the settlement fund. The settlement fund is actually restricted to specific two locations. I think what Leroy was talking about is actually a different location along Bay Street where several properties are ready to tie in. And in order to do their sewer work, but in connection therewith to do some of the soil remediation, I think he was looking for that additional money. I do not believe myself that that somehow is impacted by or impacts any litigation. I don't think there's any active litigation to begin with right now. I don't think there's anything standing in the way. If you were to decide to allocate $50,000 for that purpose, I think that would be fine. In response to the question raised, can we do this or not?
Okay. Do you answer, Brendan?
Can I ask
Sorry
one
for trying
question?
to shortchange
Just one
you,
quick
but-
question.
Go ahead, Jay, hurry up.
Yeah. When we're talking about remediation, are we talking about remediating a whole lot or just a trench?
It's basically the trench, the soil that needs to be removed in order to put the sewer in, that you can't put back. Because you can put a certain amount back to backfill it, but
And this is just a
obviously
couple
some-
of places?
It's not a whole lot, but it's not
It's
cheap.
gonna cost 50,000.
I thought the dollar amount
Easily.
was less.
Easily.
I thought it was less when Leroy brought it, but I might be recalling wrong.
Okay, can we go on to vote now on paving and the combined account? Joe's motion, I have a comment, my number was slightly lower than that I decided on 2 weeks ago. My number was slightly lower than that, but I think this has broad support, so I'm gonna vote my number. Al, I'm gonna ask for all those, in favor of Joe's, motion for $450,000 for the combined account. Please raise your hand.
I thought it was half, it was 500.
500,000.
Oh, 500, I'm sorry, I was looking at
Nice
I'm getting
try,
tired.
Jeff.
500,000, yeah, I tried again, see? My number was higher than 450 though.
What,
Okay, so, the amount was, $500,000 for, the combined account road paving, drainage, curbing, and sidewalks. All those in favor of that motion? Okay, opposed? Sorry, Joe.
It's all right.
I just had to, I had a number in my head for 2 weeks.
That's all I can say.
I know, it was only a little less, but I knew it was gonna pass. Okay, so, the next item on the agenda, and to Brendan's credit, we've already discussed it, so it wasn't wasted time. The next item on the agenda is Bay Street. Well, actually, there's no recommendation there, so if someone wants to make a motion, make a motion, they're welcome to. It's actually 0 right now by the town council. If someone wants to make a motion, they're welcome to.
Can I just,
Can I just say I need to recuse on this?
Okay?
I think we really don't have an actual estimate. I mean, from what I understand is they're going to dig a trench in the road, and a portion of that material has to be removed because it's contaminated. So it might be like 3 feet of the entire trench. So it might fill up like a dump truck or two for each water line that they do. And then they got to bring in clean material to replace. And then that material has to go to a special dump like the one over in Island Park where they take the, and it's like hundreds of dollars a yard to dispose of this stuff. But I haven't seen an actual cost.
But is this the one where I kept pressing Mr. Kendricks a few times and said, and this is the one where there's a certain number of houses, like a dozen houses that are people that wanna, is that what we're talking about now?
Tie in.
Okay.
Can I ask-
The ones that have actually committed.
I have to ask a clarification question,
Okay.
whether I should be at the table, so.
Oh,
So I had to recuse from the wastewater. Does this come under the parallel of the wastewater, or does this come under the town? Because if it's so, if it's the wastewater, I need to recuse myself as well.
it's not wastewater, but Kendricks is involved with it, I don't know.
As long as you're not directly if you were going to be directly, profit from the fund.
in
In other
full
words,
dis-
if you were one of the people who was going to
No.
benefit from the money. But as an elected official, you don't need to recuse on this budget it's only if you're going to be directly benefiting. That's what I was told.
Well, you know your situation, and I know your situation. and
Right, so what's your opinion?
I'm not a lawyer.
No, so if I recuse from the other item, I'm going to recuse from this
It's
as
kinda
well.
up to you.
To err on the side of caution.
To err on the side of caution, you can't go
think you
wrong.
need
Yep.
to.
Okay,
Okay.
so, yeah. Okay.
You're not benefiting from it.
It's just, yeah, you can't go wrong.
Well,
So, anyway, are there any, so I just want to state, I remember this distinctly because I pressed Mr. Kendricks on this a few times. And he said that there are roughly a dozen houses down there. And that are in this certain situation with the sewerage and whatnot. And I pressed him and he said, and I said, in the next fiscal year, how many are ready to go? And he thought 6. I pressed him on that, okay? Now, that being said, I said, how much is each house? And he was throwing out numbers like 4,000, 5,000 a house. Okay, that's what he said. And so, I mean, and he knows me, and he sharpened the pencil, and that's the number he said, I'm sure. So, anyway, that was what he said when I pressed him. I remember that distinctly. So, anyway, so those are the numbers. I just want to share that with the committee.
So I bet Brendan wants to make a motion.
Yeah, well, I don't want to miss another cycle of doing this, that if we know it needs to be done, we have these houses that need to be there, that we don't have bids, I understand, but if we're going to have to go another cycle on whether to do this is why I felt I'd rather not put as much in paving and make sure that we're getting at these critical things right away. So I'd make a motion to fund this line item, and if it's going to confuse and get us in trouble to call, if everyone's associating it with the settlement stuff,
Be
don't
careful,
call it.
yeah.
But is to, for the town's responsibility for for soils in the Bay Street area or some of these areas, I'd move for $50,000.
Second.
You want to clarify as part of the motion, it's like not litigation related,
Sure. Yeah.
right? Because it's not, right?
Not
So let's just just so there's no, they wouldn't
Just
spend
put
20
Bay
hours at the
Street area,
hearing
not
on that, right? Just.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just
Yep.
make the minutes reflect it.
Yep.
Maybe we'll put parentheses in the docket or,
There is another bank.
As it says in
I already know there is,
the line
'cause I'm gonna
item,
put it
Bay
in.
Street area remediation.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at a different thing, okay.
Screw that.
Okay.
It refers
They're
to.
ripping us
Okay,
off.
great.
Fire some teachers.
So, we have a motion, who seconded it? Did anybody second it?
Jennifer.
Jennifer seconded the motion, okay. So, Brendan just spoke. Do you have any comments, Jennifer, on this, or?
No, I think it's all been said.
Okay, I have a question, oh, I'm sorry, Sherry, anything? I have a question.
It's one of the things that we heard the woman come in, I would like to try to see, maybe, it depends on, to me, it seems like if we get through other, like, other capital stuff, maybe we could see, I'm not at 50,000 though.
Okay.
Just because I think Leroy said that I thought he said that there were only a few people ready, but, very few people ready to do it right now.
So my question is, my whole thing was, and I can't remember the vote because I was so tired that night, but my whole thing was to zero out wastewater and use the 30,000 for this. Now, I can't remember how that vote went the other night. Did we zero it out or not?
No, we
No.
were 30.
Okay, so we did not zero it out, because if we had, I was going to amend the 50 down to 30 and then support it. Because we did not zero it out, I am not going to support this. Your turn, Ruth.
Well, there'd be
well,
20
I'm-
still left if you were going to support 50.
Good try.
I mean, I'm not stuck on 50 as a number if it 25
I had
is more.
30 grand for the
I know
whole
it's on the
bucket.
table right now.
Just be careful when he says numbers.
I had 30 grand for the whole bucket, Brendan. That was why I tried to do it that way.
Yeah, I'm confused about the ask for 50 when Jeff said that there's 6 houses times the max of 5,000 is 30,000. So I'm a little confused about the 50 ask. Then Deb said that there's a litigation issue, and I didn't get a clear answer why this is not related to litigation. You said it's not.
It's a separate area.
It's a separate.
It's adjacent, but it's not the.
Okay. Okay, and then again, the town council, who is involved in these kinds of things, they zeroed it. So, and the budget committee has 0, and now we're putting 50 here. Now we're putting 50 or 30 here. It's going to keep happening. If this is going to keep happening, we are going to have problems in the budget. I probably won't support this.
Yeah, I don't know enough about this, yeah, and I'm worried about setting precedent and stuff like that. I just wish I knew more. That's all I have to say. I don't think I support it.
Sorry. Jay?
The other thing I've got on this is, I've been advised by different people that this is in fact a town issue. If I thought for a minute it was a property owner's issue, like if somebody buried asbestos shingles in your backyard 20 years ago and you bought the house, my attitude on that is, too bad, that's your problem. But this seems to be a town problem, so I'm going to support it.
Okay. Justin?
I have no comment.
Joe?
Only that I think there's still a little bit of a dispute over who owns that road. But people down there do need the help. But my only fear is, and this is what I hear is going to happen down there, that we're going to see a whole bunch of new housing built down there as soon as the sewer line goes in via multifamily. So, I don't know. There's a couple of developers that are chopping at the bit to get into that area, and the sewer line's going to open it right up.
But won't that become their problem?
So there'll be opportunities to fix this then? Is that what you're saying?
I always look at the impact on our schools. You know, it's, I mean, that's a rumor that I heard. I mean, I hate to, you know, I know how the rumor mill is. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But the people down there need help, and as much as I don't want to spend money, I can't see them people go through another year. So I don't know. I can't support that much, so I might support like half of that.
You want to make an amendment? I'd support an.
About 30.
You know, if anybody else,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's even going to pass, but.
I'd like to make an amendment to 30,000. If that's what Mr. Kendrick said.
Second?
You seconded? Yep.
Something's better than nothing.
So 30, right?
Joe, does this mean they can work on it right away? The trenches?
I'm not even sure that they have the 6 people they say are committed. I mean, I didn't see like, you know, any, you know, I mean, there's no contracts or anything like that. It's just
I
we're
think
taking the word of the,
And what I think the way that if this money went in is, the way I understood it was that they would use it, you know, as each family wanted to sign up, you know, it would assist them, each family. I don't know what the set amount, if it's different amounts like he was saying. I wish that the workshop that they're doing for the town council had been earlier so that we could have gone, but.
We should get this answer. We should be able to get this answer, but anyway.
That's okay. We're gonna vote on it.
Probably a better way would put this in contingency because the council could regulate it, but anyway. So
Could I ask Rian one quick question?
What's that?
You won't take them, but if you know. The Rhode Island Bank, you know, the deal that.
Infrastructure bank?
Yeah. Can somebody who's tying into a sewer system utilize a loan from that? Or does it only apply to somebody putting a septic system in their backyard?
Jay, that's a little, why are we into that? Because this is, I'm just trying to, we gotta keep moving.
Well, because if people down there are, you know, like Joe said, well, maybe they are tying in or not, well, they can get a loan to do
All right, let's
the
hear the
job.
quick answer. I'm sorry for.
8,000.
That's tying into the system, you know, from their homes, and that goes into the part that the sewer district, the wastewater district does. This is specifically about the soils that you
I
can't put back
understand
there.
that, but they can get a low-interest loan to do.
They get some assistance for, it's available, yeah. And just on the other pieces, very quickly, I think what Leroy, I wasn't here, I believe, at that point, but he has they have identified, you know, certain properties along that area, A, that really need to be tied in because of cesspools and what have you, and B, that are ready to go, that people are interested in doing it. That's all.
And that's why I said what I said. Those are the ones that he felt confident about, so.
Are you okay with that?
Well, I thought 30,000 was the right amount of money. I just thought we needed to fund it from the other bucket, but that's just Jeff Karen, you know. That's just that's who you're dealing with. Anyway, okay, so who's next? Are we all done talking? Are we ready to vote?
Amendment, right?
Okay, so we had an amendment down to 30, okay? So all those in favor of the amendment down to $30,000 for this item, please raise your hand. I will vote to amend it downward. Opposed? Oh.
I wanted it lower, but okay.
Okay, so now, are we in a position now, we can quickly vote for, we can quick. Yeah, Joe and Tom. Are we in a position we can quickly vote now for the amount?
Amended.
I think it was a
Amended
lopsided
amount.
vote, wasn't it?
Yep, 7-2, right?
So, yeah, so, okay, so now I'll ask for a vote for all those in favor of the $30,000 for the Bay Street area remediation, non-legal, in parentheses. Opposed? Whoa.
Well, I'm trying to, I'm not understanding what this.
Somebody's
We
confused.
passed the amendment.
Yep.
And now that we did an amendment, we have to vote.
On the
The main motion just
On
failed.
the amended motion.
No, the amendment failed. The amendment passed to bring the number down. I was for that, right? And now we just voted on the main motion.
And that failed.
50,000?
No, 30,000.
30.
30,000.
So now it's 30. We're voting for 30, but we have to vote for the motion.
I thought it just failed.
No.
The main well, did we get the vote recorded? Did anyone?
What happened was people that voted for the 30,000
To bring the number down.
voted against it, like, you know.
Right. Well, because,
I think
yeah.
we were confused.
No,
Wait a
I'm not
minute.
confused.
So
I
Sherry,
was.
Excuse me.
if
Okay.
you have an amendment, you have to vote on the amendment. And then once it's amended, then you vote the motion. So you vote the same thing twice. If it.
It's what it amounts to.
But the motion for 30,000 just failed.
I think it did. I voted
So
against it.
I want to move
Because
20,000.
I was confused. I didn't want to vote against
Joe's
it.
moving
So
20,000
we need
second.
to, we
I
need
second
to
that.
vote again because people were confused.
You were
I thought it
confused,
passed.
Jay?
Yes, I absolutely was confused.
Well, what was the vote?
I thought it was
Would it have
something-
stalled anyway? Would have stalled anyway, right?
I thought we were voting for the $30,000 Bay Street remediation.
Yes, and it was 7-2. That's what I thought. I thought it passed.
No, the amendment passed.
The amendment
The
passed.
main motion just failed.
And it failed by a lot.
So I will move
No?
$20,000.
What was the vote?
I seconded it.
People didn't understand what they were voting for.
Right, I didn't raise my hand because
I
I didn't
thought
know.
the second vote, what we were doing was voting against the 50,000,
Oh,
which is why I voted
okay.
against
We're
it.
we'll re-vote that. Okay, so I'm gonna ask for all those in, sorry, Joe. I'm not gonna, we'll just do it clean. I'm gonna ask to re-vote that. I'm gonna ask to redo it just because we had multiple confusions. So I'm gonna ask that all those in favor of, okay, the main motion, which is for $30,000, okay, for this item, Bay Street area remediation. $30,000, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed?
5-4.
Okay. Done.
More
Sorry,
accurately
Joe.
reflects our voting
Well,
judgment.
I don't want to go down as a chairman who, I don't know.
Well,
If it was Congress, we would have held the line.
So it was,
Okay.
it was approved as amended. to
$10,000 more.
I know, Joe, but
Losing everything.
that would have been, you can't do that, not here. All right, so, okay, so the next one is, does anyone want to make a motion for, seawall repair? It was zeroed out by the council. Does anyone make a motion for that?
A motion zero?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is really important. You can walk down Main Road right by Grinnell Beach, and you can see pieces of the seawall that are actually falling out. And this goes to the issue of not repairing things before they become a colossal expense. So if we put a little money in now, then we're not paying a huge amount later. So I think it's a really big mistake to not put in the 50.
Okay,
Can I just ask, who owns the seawall along
I
Main
think
Road?
it's State Road.
That's what I thought.
Or the property owners who live there.
It's
you know.
not just that piece, it's It's the seawall of Tiverton. It's anywhere in Tiverton.
Okay.
That, on a state road.
Okay.
We get a point, but you keep packing this budget, my budget's gonna pass.
Okay, so this seawall, is that, you're saying State Road on, Main Road on Riverside?
That's seawall.
Isn't that what we're talking about now?
We're
Seawall
talking
re-
about seawall
seawall
repair. The council
repair.
put 0. There's a, I think, was there a motion on the floor?
No.
No.
Yeah, 0.
The motion's for 0.
Zero, yeah.
We're in discussion. Sorry.
I think the administrator explained that he wanted to look at all of the coastal. It was going to be a type of study, if I'm not mistaken, he said. Wasn't for repair. I thought he said it was to look at the situation with the seawalls. And I understand, but we have other priorities. So, and as far as I'm concerned, the majority of the coastline is along State Road.
Okay, thanks, Joe. We're going, we were somewhere over here. Jennifer. Oh, yeah.
Can I just ask Jan a point clarification?
Yeah.
Jan, if this money was included in the budget, where would it specifically be spent, and what would it specifically be spent to?
I think it would be spent to, repair certain sections of either seawall or the armoring of roadways along the river where the repairs are really needed. And just a little bit of the background here. I call this seawall repair, and I've tried a couple of times, that was really meant as an indicator of that we have a larger problem. It's up to, to people to decide whether that's as high a priority as others. But I think, for example, what happened just across the river in Portsmouth with the abutment there, where we repaired it, theirs is falling into the water, has fallen into the water. It's that kind of a situation. It's happening more and more along the waterfront where we have that kind of infrastructure that I think we need to look at. Now, how much you first need to do in terms of assessment, and just so that you know, we're trying to get a grant application in with the Eastern Rhode Island Conservation District to do that kind of an assessment. So it's not as if we only look to the budget to do all these things, we try to do that. But they're basically different problems relating to the impact that the coastal area has. This is more meant to deal with existing infrastructure that is beginning to deteriorate to the point that you're going to have additional damage unless you do some repair. So it would be used for repairs. It could be along Riverside Drive. It could be other places where you actually have a seawall. I agree that, riprap or armoring is not usually the same as a seawall. It's a broader category.
Thank you, Jan.
I just have one more, and it's specific to you, Jan. When we look at all of these items, obviously there are going to be items that we pull. Is this the most crucial thing that you need, or could this be floated for one more year?
Probably not. I hate to say that because it's one of those things where we love to ignore it, and we have been ignoring it for years. But compared to some of the other things, including the things that I was listening to tonight, I would have a hard time saying that this is the most crucial. So.
Thank you, Jan.
Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions or any other discussion for this item? Joe has a motion on the floor, and there's a second. The motion is for to not fund it, which is what the council put in.
Who seconded it?
Ruth seconded it. Any other discussion? Can we call for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion for 0, please raise your hand. Opposed? Help me out. Did the motion carry? That's my job. I didn't
Carried,
look.
yes. 9.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next item to keep us moving is what is my acronym? Help me out. SWDI. What is it? What? Stormwater.
Stormwater drainage infrastructure.
Drainage infrastructure, townwide improvements.
Motion zero.
I'll second that.
We
Oh,
just
Ruth
put,
got it?
we just put a large amount into paving and drainage, so
Okay, Ruth seconded it, that's fine. Is there any discussion?
I just need to know what the motion was again.
Zero.
No.
It's SWDI townwide
Okay.
improvements.
All right.
Okay, it's a new item.
Do we have to put money into that to even attempt matching grant?
That's
Now, the matching grants is the next item.
Oh, okay, so that's what that's in there for?
Right.
Okay.
The reason this was asked for, unless you don't want me to explain.
One sentence, if you may.
All over town, serious stormwater problems. Some of them can be addressed as part of a roadway repair where you do paving. Some of them have nothing to do with that. Increasingly, DPW is asked to look at a drainage situation, and we need to have the money to address it so that it doesn't just keep ponding in the wrong areas, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Jan. Okay, is there any discussion on this item? Stormwater drainage infrastructure, townwide improvements, the motion was made for zero. Is there any, and seconded by Ruth, motion was made by Joe, seconded by Ruth. Is there any discussion, further discussion, can I call for a vote?
only say further is the repairs are generally done by Public Works, and we just put $500,000 into paving and drainage. So the money certainly could be used from the restricted account.
And I would, oh, go ahead.
That can be taken from the restricted account for that? Or does it have?
Paving and drainage. If you have a road that's creating problems as far as drainage, that's what the drainage account is for. It's broad. They have a broad brush as to what they can use that money for, provided it's to deal with our road infrastructure. So, I mean, where else are we responsible for?
I guess
Even if it was runoff from Town Hall going down into Fort Barton, somehow that money could still be, because it came from up here, this road, going down. So, I mean, it's broad enough that they have money there. So I think this is kind of a duplication.
Okay.
I can't think of any other reason why we'd need it. It's,
Any other discussion?
I think it's possibly something that, if it is needed, we can do it next year. You know, maybe it's not, we have a
use
lot
the
of
money
other
we got
things we're
this year.
doing with the drainage and remediation. Possibly we could look at it next year, that's all I can say.
Okay.
We spent money, so maybe we can save on this one.
Boy, we spent. Any other discussion? No, call for a vote. So, the motion was for zero. This is a vote for zero. You have to keep that in mind. So, a call for a vote. Stormwater drainage infrastructure townwide improvements motion for zero. All those in favor for a motion for zero for this item, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, thank you. The next item is stormwater drainage infrastructure matching grant funds. $25,000 is the amount that came to us from the council. Are there any motions on this item?
I move that we approve $25,000 for the matching grants fund.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion on this motion?
yes, that it should be, if we're going to vote on this, it should be restricted, because this is just too easy to move out into something else that we didn't vote for, so.
So we'll
So
have to
do
add
we have
that
to do it
a
on a resolution, Joe?
If it needs to go on a resolution, it should. I mean, I have no problem putting some money away to match grants, but I don't want this to, like, at the end of the year, get transferred into something else.
Yeah.
So can I just ask, if this is a $25,000 matching grant, does that mean we're getting $25,000 for a grant, from a grant?
This is to have have monies available so we can actually apply.
Apply for grants,
when they have
okay.
available. We're working on several of those, and it's important to have.
So
You
it
don't
just
have to
sees
spend it, and if it's restricted, you can't spend it.
So if it's restricted and we put whatever amount towards a grant and we do win that grant, would it go into the general fund or would it go into this restricted fund?
Well, the idea would be that if we do receive a grant, which we probably have a pretty good chance of doing because these type of grants are available, that we would have the money. Currently, if you look what we did at the beach, we used the DPW to help make the match. We obligated our people to do the work down there. And that basically is taken away from our road work and stuff. So some of this stuff we are gonna have, we're gonna have to get some outside help. So if we can get the grant to help pay, there's only so much we can do with 8 guys. But we do have, I was just talking to a guy tonight, the snowplow wiped out all the curb in front of his house, now his basement's getting flooded. And I realized that would come under paving, but that wasn't even a long-term fix. They need a retention pond at the end of that road. And it was never built when they did the subdivision, so the town's kind of stuck. So this is the kind of thing that would actually help homeowners.
I have a question, Chairman. Is this $25,000 is going to be spent to apply, so the person writing the grants would be paid to apply, or you have to spend money, you have to give them money to apply for a grant?
Many times you
Okay.
only are eligible for a grant if you can match it. They want you to have a
Oh,
stake.
we would match what we get. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So by virtue of the fact that would we be approving a matching grant fund for drainage and the like, would that in and of itself restrict it to that purpose?
I would read it as such, yeah.
Okay.
I would not
says-
be inclined to.
You
spend
do this
it
more
any
than
other
me,
way.
you know?
But I will say more generally, I think there's an issue with a lot of the capital accounts, whether they actually should all be restricted.
But I agree with Joe. It should be restricted in some way so that the council can't suddenly say, oh, we need money over here. They can transfer money anywhere they want within, as long as it isn't restricted. So if we want it to go to this purpose, we need to restrict it to this purpose.
Okay. Any other discussion? Go ahead,
One
John.
other point is just, matching grants means that this is a way, money will come back to us. It's a way to make money.
Oh,
It's a way
agreed.
to bring in revenue.
Okay. I'm going to be the stick in the mud on this. I'm concerned we don't have a grant writer in the town.
You can do something about that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about that.
We actually do have a grant writer. She works as a volunteer.
We do?
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks, Joe.
There's actually several volunteers that work to get grants. We're
Okay.
lucky in that aspect.
pretty well.
Gillen grant.
I stand corrected on that. But either way, I'm just looking at the tax levy. I'm just,
Agreed.
this is one thing, actually, if the levy wasn't where it was, and if these votes hadn't been going like they're going, I put a lot more money there, but this is just, yeah. So anyway, can I call for a vote?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All those in favor of the motion, which was what, for the full amount, for $25,000?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion for $25,000 for this item? Opposed?
I'm going to oppose, even though I support it.
I
just can't spend money, man. I don't know. I don't know. It passed anyway. You don't need me.
Who all was opposed? Again, just Joe and
Joe, Jeff, and
Jeff,
Even though he
and
supports.
Ruth.
I don't know. I can't spend money. We're getting too much in the budget.
Three?
Okay, stick it next to myself. Okay.
At least you agreed it should be restricted anyway.
Right,
At
and,
least I
and
got
how
something.
will we know that
So-
if we wrote a grant or not on that? How will we be notified if we wrote a grant on that, if we applied for a grant? How can we?
We always go to the town council to.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So, okay, so, I want to, someone just make a note, please, that we want to,
I put
there was
an
a
R
lot of
next to
discussion
it.
about restricting that when we do the resolutions,
I
okay?
made
A lot
a
of
note
discussion.
because
Okay. Next item is landfill closure testing engineering. This item is funded by the council at $50,000. It was dragged over in the spreadsheet to the budget committee column for that reason. Are there any, I certainly have an opinion on this item.
I'm going to motion 0, and my reason being is I think the money should be used from the closure fund.
I'll second that. Joe gave that reason. I will second it for the same reason on that. Secondly, I've heard that there's the possibility that some of the closure, we may not need to close all the dump, and that some of this money can be used to study the landfill and take a look and say, well, maybe we only have to do 85% of it and not the full 100%. Apparently is part of the situation, from what I've been told. That's all verbal. Personally, you know, I don't know. I just, of the opinion, we watch money go out the door and out the door, and I understand that's a big leverage. I understand that's a big leverage when you're talking $10 million. On the other hand, I think at some point, at some point in this closure process, and what Joe said about the closure account, at some point it's just going to be, this closure thing is going to be value engineered at some point in the process. And I'm not so sure that paying this company who seems to get tons of money from us every year now, I'll bet you we pay this now, and a year from now, they're going to want to study the same thing again. So I'm just, at this point, let's deal with it when we close the thing, let's deal with it then, and let's value engineer it when we need to value engineer it. That's my opinion of why I seconded the motion. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Rick, isn't it now? Like, we're,
Yeah, you would like input.
yeah, I'd like input. Isn't it now that we're closing it, like, really soon?
We're gonna be closing, our last load will be next year, and we don't have enough in the closure landfill account. So to take more money out of that just means you're gonna have to put more money in later, and you're still gonna need to do the testing, and you still have to figure out.
We have to do, we're legally bound to do the testing, right?
Well, you have to test
you have to-
certain areas.
Right.
And Jeff is correct that there was discussion about not covering part of the landfill with a cap, but that's basically been reduced. DEM said that was a possibility, but in subsequent meetings, DEM said no, maybe a tiny bit of some of the slope in one particular area may not have to be capped with the turf closure cap, but the rest of it will have to be capped. So there was a discussion, but that was taken back.
So this is, we already have 50,000 in there to do their testing. This is another 50,000. And what is the purpose of this 50,000 then?
Where's the other 50,000?
Line item,
It's in the regular
that's,
budget.
yeah, 5530 landfill operation.
You know, it just.
51,000.
Let's just put another 50 and 50. I mean, it just.
The 50,000 in the operating budget is to do the stormwater runoff testing, the groundwater monitoring, the landfill elevations. This is, in addition to that, this is for part of the closure. The 50,000 in the operating budget is standard things that we've had to do for years and years and years, and we still have to do, and we will have to do next year.
It says engineering, testing, and permits. We've never spent $50,000 doing testing wells up there. I'd have to go back to the audit, but I don't think we've even spent $30,000 doing testing up there.
I just want to ask a simple question. This is a pedagogic question, and you can rule me out of order, but I mean, without the $3 million, like, this stuff wouldn't even be on the table talked about right now. It's just making me crazy, but that's my opinion. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
One quick question for either Jan or Rick. The letter we just got from Pear for more money, is that going to impact this number?
Well, it impacts it to the extent that this fiscal year, we don't have enough money in the operating budget to pay PAWS bills for some of the things that DEM is requiring as part of both the operating permit and the closure permit, neither of which have we received yet. It's still an ongoing process. So if we were to take that all out of the operating budget this year, we'd be over the $50,000.
So the 50,000, but does the 50,000 that you're requesting now include the additional expense that CARE has told us they need? It does, okay.
We haven't even had an estimate.
Yeah, it does. It's part of it.
Okay.
Because we just got that.
Can you explain that to me a little bit? What are you talking about?
John Kelly.
Yeah.
So, everybody's right. There was talk of additional engineering needing to be done to determine whether or not the closure design should be modified so that some of the cap didn't have to be a cap engineering.
Yeah, testing and permits,
So they had to do
44,000 last year.
additional.
And that was all the
work for
storm
that.
stuff they're talking about.
On top of that, DEM requires the installation that
We don't need that
should
50.
be 2 additional wells for background monitoring and additional work on drainage design because they thought that with this proposed material to be used for
Capital.
capping, would have additional stormwater.
It's not good.
So that was costed out, I believe, at what they're now asking for because it was not in their original scope. It's added to the scope, so we need that money actually sooner than we had thought originally. And somehow we have to find it. That is now proposed to come out of the closure fund. And I think Joe is right that you can use the money in that account for these purposes. The question is, how much do you want to draw down from that account? Because we're not at the level yet of the estimated cost of construction. So it's a trade-off.
When they did the PAR report, though, they did estimates based on what it had cost per, I guess, square yard in other landfills. But then we had a revised, because the materials changed from rubber to vinyl, the cover, and there was other materials that were cheaper. So the price, but we don't actually know what it's going to cost. In the town, we knew from the beginning that if we don't have enough, we're going to have to float a bond. It may be $1 million or $2 million. We don't know, but there's a good chance we're still going to have to float a bond at the end of when the landfill closes. But in the year to year, I see no problem. I mean, we spent last year, even with all the extra we did extra testing, we only spent $44,000. That's in the audit, all right, and that's the engineering and all. So I don't know. I just think if they need more money, the council has the ability to use the closure if they need extra on top of the 50 that we're already putting in there in the operation budget.
But there's basically next to nothing in the contingency fund. It wouldn't even handle this.
I didn't say that. I said they could use the restricted funds, the closure funds. That's what, and we have done that before. When we drilled wells, we used money from the closure fund. They have taken money out of that fund before and used it for landfill purposes. And testing and engineering would certainly be part of, so the bag fees would go to pay for the engineering if it needs to be done.
Rick, did I understand correctly that there's not enough money in the accounts now to pay for what needs to be done?
Yes, the projected costs of closing the landfill are not currently covered by what is in the account.
So we need this money.
We will need more money in the closure account.
Okay, thank you.
How much is in the closure account and how much is it going to cost? What are the 2 numbers you're talking?
My understanding is roughly $8 million and roughly $10 million.
Is that true?
Keep in mind, too, when we went out for that originally, we had talked about having a company come in and closing our landfill. We have since revised our plan where the Public Works we'll be doing all the preliminary grading, and we'll be purchasing the material. I think we've already, Mr. Anderson said that we were going to stockpile material. I haven't been up there to see how big the piles are, but we had talked about purchasing the material over the next few years that we'll need to do the grades. And then the guy at the landfill can do the shaping and contouring. That's going to save us a couple of $1 million easy. Because the day we close that, everything that goes up there, the cost is going to escalate. And not only are you paying rate to all the people that are working there because of the Bacon-Davis Act, but so by doing it, a lot of that work in-house, we're going to save money. So we might come in under $8 million. I mean, we really don't know, though, because until we go out to bid, we won't know exactly, where we're at as far as what it's going to cost. I mean, that was an estimate. And like I said, the situation has changed as we talked about doing some of the work in-house to save money.
Okay.
Okay,
I
so
wanna-
that wasn't my comment, though. That was just leading to my final comment, which was, if we have 50K for engineering test permits, I find it really hard to believe that the people that are out there, in some way, these two things could not be combined or work with each other on them. I don't think it just seems really odd to me that you're going to pay 50 for this sort of studying engineering testing permits, and you can't make use of that for the other purpose. I just find it unbelievable. $100,000 for all of this. I think we've been spending money now on these other accounts. I would just ask everyone to think very carefully on the amount of this and the timing. It's really, we can't increase everything. It's
Okay,
just really.
does everyone, I think I've resolved my issue with my child. Does everyone have a feeling on this issue? Can we move it along to a vote, or?
Yes, please.
It could be a smaller
So
amount.
The motion was
For zero.
to not fund the item for zero. And it was seconded, was it seconded by me, I believe, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I think I seconded it, yeah. So that was the motion and the second. Okay. We okay?
Yep.
You guys got to go a while because I had to deal with something. Okay, I'll call for a vote. So all those in favor of the motion for zero, please raise your hand. Opposed? Pass 6-5?
Yep.
Okay.
On the line, transfer station, recycle center, study plan. I'm gonna move 10,000.
I'll second that. Joe, would you speak on that? This is your motion?
Well, I think $10,000 to design a small transfer station is more enough. I think all we really need is an architectural drawing. I don't think we need much more than that. I know they're gonna have to look at the property that it's gonna be at to make sure, because there is if we do go anywhere, even in the industrial park, there are streams and stuff, so I know we're gonna have to have, but I think $10,000 is enough for that study, because it's only a small little station.
Yep. And I also had conversations, I had a conversation, and I learned that there was a study done years ago, and maybe dated and whatnot, and some of the regulations and laws have changed. But there was a feeling that some number like that would certainly be okay to up to do a massage on the regulations that may have changed as needed to change the for the requirements, the DEM type of requirements and stuff that might have shifted in the last 6 or 7 years, whatever it's been. So I had that conversation with somebody on the recycling committee, landfill recycling committee. So actually, that was a number. Well, I was going to move 0, but if you move 10, support 10.
I mean, we need some.
I understand, and that was the number, that I hit. So I think I seconded it, didn't I? Yes. Yeah, I did. Okay. So I got to speak on the second. Okay, so is there any other discussion?
How much does a study like this cost? my recollection when we had this conversation was that it was so long ago that regulations have changed extensively, not a little bit. And can you?
The truth is in the middle, I think. So when we first requested this, my impression was that because of how old the study was, which is not that old, but old enough that things have changed, we would have to update it in the same scope. And it looked at a lot of different things, including a full-fledged transfer station instead of only a transfer station for bulky waste and recyclables. So that seems to be off the table, although there hasn't been a formal decision yet. But assuming that after a public hearing, the town council says, yes, we agree that in the future we're going to take our waste directly to the Johnston landfill and the recyclables as well. Now you talk about a much smaller scope for which you need to update this report. Whether this is enough to update that report and design even a small transfer station, I'm not sure, because what I do know is that DEM is much more demanding these days about any sort of transfer station and how you make sure that you don't have runoff polluting the groundwater or surface water nearby. So it may be a little more complicated than what Joe has in mind. I agree that most likely the design doesn't have to be very complicated or
elaborate.
But the hiccup would be if the site that was chosen, everybody agreed upon, was acceptable and fit all the parameters, you wouldn't need 50,000. However, if more than one site has to be investigated, engineered, surveyed, etc., if people have said no to one site and you have to go to additional sites, then that's where the
But that's the
50,000
public hearing
is.
council issue, right?
So I doubt that one site will be agreed upon without some study and plans, and if that's shot down, you have to go somewhere else, and there's limited time in which to do that.
And we're running against the clock.
Which is why we want to put it right behind.
So if you,
Is this going to include permitting?
You'd have to have a permit, but this
So
is.
we got to have an impact statement, we got to have DEM permits. we
I'm not
gotta
sure you
get
need an impact statement, but
Environmental impact statement?
No.
You need an impact statement to take a crap anymore. Come on.
Oh, wait, I have a question on that.
careful.
If it's just putting
You don't need to
things in a transfer station that are not going to be, my question is that if you're just putting things in a contained situation temporarily, I don't understand why there's a lot of cost to environmental impact. It's not going to happen. They're going to contain it. That's what the transfer station is.
the more money we put here, the more it's going to get spent, is the bottom line, okay? The smaller that number is,
It's going to come out somewhere else.
it's going to get used efficiently, and the job's going to get done. I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
Correct that observation, because the opposite is true. If you have a big transfer station, you contain everything, it's under a roof and everything else. The more simpler approach, which is basically to have concrete bays and what have you, actually, allows rain to fall in. You could have stormwater runoff, therefore you are required to do something about the stormwater.
Okay, I have a question.
You believe that or not?
No, I do.
That is
I do.
how it is.
I do. I was surprised that there's going to be. Joe, do you know what they were planning originally, to have exposed areas where they put things?
If you ever saw if you want to just go on like Google Maps and you can look at the Portsmouth transfer
Right, they have one,
station.
right.
That was less the trash, not the building, just their recycle center where they take all the mattresses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at that. And that's what I was looking at. The same thing, they have a paved lot. They have the dumpsters where you can get out and put your stuff into the, very similar to what we have at the landfill now, except paved.
Right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Okay,
I'd like to make an amendment to move the number from 0 to.
it's not zero, it's 10,000.
It's 10,000. Oh, sorry, thank you for the correction, from 10,000 to 25.
Okay, there's an amendment. Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second it.
So there's an amendment with a second to move the number up to 25,000. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, hearing no discussion, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, so we go back to the main motion, which was for 10,000. Is there any more discussion on this item, or can we take a vote? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. So all those in favor of $10,000 for this item, please raise your hand. That's okay. Opposed? Okay. Yep, we know. Okay, so motion carries on a 6-5 vote. I knew that without looking around. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sherry, what was that vote?
It wasn't 6-5?
No, it was 8-3, wasn't it?
3 opposed.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I just assumed it was.
That's okay, it's getting late.
I thought the main motion was, okay.
Don't worry.
Well, I'll read the minutes. So the next item on the agenda, moving right along, is, where are we here? Transfer, okay, Town Hall - repairs renovations. And the number that's in there is $10,000.
I'm going to move 0, and I'm going to tell you why, because there is an additional amount in the town hall account.
I agree. I'll
So-
second that.
Can you tell me the number? The number of the account, please?
It's in the docket.
Okay, just go ahead then, that's fine.
Under Town Hall.
Okay.
The only other thing I'm going to say is, we went on the tour, and we were downstairs looking at all the boxes downstairs that a volunteer had volunteered, I guess, to move some stuff. And the first thing I ran into was a box of records from the Budget Committee from 1957. And I thought to myself, why are we keeping records from Budget Committees in is there a reason for this? And then I looked around and it's like, I'm wondering why we've kept half of this stuff. I mean, are we required to keep Budget Committee minutes from 1957? Is that a requirement in law now? I didn't. So if we were going to put money into something as far as working those records, I would rather put money into a clerk who would actually go through it and get rid of what we don't need and clear some space, because I think a lot of this stuff down there we don't even need to keep. I understand, records for planning and minutes for more things like council meetings, but, a lot of it just seems like we need to go through. So, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Joe. I seconded the motion primarily on the fact that it was, it looked duplicative. Any other discussion on the motion?
So I have one quick thing.
Yep.
I don't know where I saw this, okay, but I did see that, I saw where they keep the FBI records. I don't know where I saw this. I found out that the FBI records, paper records that they have to keep, were also double boxes on shelves. I just wanted to mention it so that it's not, like it's not done, so.
FBI?
Yeah.
Not here, but.
Not here, some other place, yeah, in the
Okay.
FBI, yeah.
Thank you, Ruth. Any other discussion on this motion?
Just a point of information.
So the other is under town hall operating expenses. Is that the one you mean, building maintenance?
Yeah.
$9,000 versus this one, which is 10 for repairs and renovations.
I think Nancy, when we did our tour, she mentioned 2 things. One was the state tells us for various records when we can get rid of specific documents. We don't decide. Obviously, if you saw stuff that was really from 1957, that's way out of whack. The other thing I think Nancy mentioned was a majority of this kind of money was going to go to properly shelving, getting stuff off the floor, that kind of stuff, which is not part of what is for the budget for fixing windows and doors and stuff up here.
The only I'd say, Jay, is that the reason the shelves, there are shelves in the new portion of the basement too. Is I don't know if you came for the tour or no.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So what I'm saying is, if we were to clean out what we don't need,
Oh, I
we'd
don't
probably
disagree
have
there.
plenty of room. So, if the problem is that we need a little bit of more manpower down there, you know, and then shred whatever, that seems what needs to happen versus building more shelves to store records that we don't need to keep.
And the only thing I want to know is this, she did say something about bathrooms too. Does this fall under this account or the other account that you were talking about?
The other account, I think, helps with some of that.
We've
The one in the
we've
regular
done a
budget.
lot of work in Town Hall. You might notice there's still some stuff to do, but. I
Pretty good
mean,
shape.
$10,000 is a lot of money to.
Oh, my God. Here we go with the bathroom. Oh, no one ever told us that. Oh,
Well,
it's not.
that one definitely. That's not accessible.
No, that one.
We have,
Wait,
as long as
it's
you
a-
have
you-
one,
you
you
have
don't
to
want
have
to
But that's a
one.
ramp. Oh, you can't get in, I
They
see.
don't all have to.
Right.
But they, yeah, as long as you have.
Just
one.
one. You only need
I
one.
was just asking
Oh,
a
there's,
question.
Suitable.
That's a good
amount.
there's two that are accessible.
Right, two.
Just make sure downstairs.
I mean, I went on the tour also, and I just, my impression was, and I know it's not a brand-new building and beautiful and status symbol and everything, but it seems to function really well. I saw all the offices, all the places. I do agree that maybe that some things could be done in the storage. That could be done over time. We're spending a lot of money this year. Maybe we could just put it off till next year to start that process that you're talking about, you know, the going through the records. It's just, I don't see it as critical. I don't know what anyone else would say, but on the criticality of it, but we are spending, so it might be one way we could save a little bit. I don't know.
Okay, any more discussion on this?
I agree, Joe. We need someone to organize these and get them up off the floor. But it's a different part of the whole process to hire a person. And right now, it's a budget item to be able to take care of the records so that we can at least store them properly. They're not properly stored. It's a mess down there. It's needed.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Yep. Any other discussion on the item? Okay, hearing none, I think we've run it to ground. I will call for a vote. So the motion was for 0, and I will call for a vote for all those in favor of the motion. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
3, 4.
Opposed? Okay.
I move 0.
No, I
So
mean,
It was,
The next,
thank you.
the
I'm,
next item, let me just read the next item.
well, we're,
Failed, so
if
we go back to it.
we,
It passed, didn't it?
it failed.
Oh, I thought it passed, I'm sorry.
there's,
I'm sorry, I thought it passed. It's Sherry, I thought, Sherry didn't have her hand up, that's why I thought it passed, I'm sorry.
I move that we allocate $5,000 for the,
second?
for that item.
So 5,000 instead of the 10,000?
Yeah.
Yep.
I still think it's organizational and 0 would be great, but at least we're making a compromise.
Yep.
It's not essential.
Any discussion? Is there a second?
Yep, there was.
Okay. Any discussion?
I did.
We already run it to ground? Okay, I'll call for a vote. So the motion is for town hall repairs renovations, correct? And it's for $5,000. All those in favor of $5,000? Okay, all those opposed? Okay,
6-5, I think.
6-5.
so it looks like motion carried, 6-5. Is that proper? Yep. Okay. Next item is DPW main building rehab / replacement. If someone wants to make a motion, the council chose not to fund it. Anyone want to make a motion on that?
I'll make-
Zero.
Joe moves 0.
We've just replaced the doors, we did the roof, done quite a bit of work over there on the building. When I walked around the back, yeah, I saw some rusty spots along the bottom, but it's nothing that can't be repaired. You don't need a whole new building because of a couple of rusty spots. As I said before, they can be repaired several different ways. It's just a matter of getting somebody out there that actually do the repairs instead of letting it rot until it turns into dust.
Is there a second to Joe's motion?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Justin.
What was
0.
again?
So DPW main building replacement, it's 0, it's recommended 0, requested 0, and it's motioned at 0.
Something that can be fixed in-house.
I have a comment on that, that I would support.
Okay,
you.
hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
okay.
So you got that recorded? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so now,
You said
you have the second, right? Who seconded?
No,
No, Justin LaCroix
yes,
did.
go ahead. What do you have a comment, or you just support?
I support what Joe said.
Okay. You spoke first.
I saw the DPW building, and I saw that inside, they had already done something on the inside so that the salt would not go up against the metal walls. So that takes care of a lot of it right there. Maybe in the future, not saying that in the future something doesn't need to be done possibly, but it's taken care of for now. So, yeah,
Okay.
we saw that on the tour.
Any more discussion?
So this is money to do an analysis of so,
Obviously, we're not going to rehab.
or fix.
Let alone replace the DPW building for $15,000.
Right.
That should be clear. This was in the context of the 5-year plan. You first look at, in particular, whether the metal frame of this building is good enough so that it can justify ongoing repairs and rehab, or whether more drastic measures are necessary.
Okay.
That's why you need a professional evaluation of the structural integrity of this building.
Is there any way we can do a feasibility study for less?
I don't think so, I think 15.
That's what it is for this.
You're gonna have to do a feasibility study on the foundation, the slabs, the structural steel that you see.
Okay, so this money allocated is not to do any kind of repairs at all. It's because the building has significant issues that are going to be big problems later. So we need to do the study. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on this item? The motion,
I'd like to amend that we allocate $14,500 for the feasibility building rehab replacement study.
okay, so the main motion was for 0, correct? Is that accurate? And now there's an amendment to 0 to bring it up to $14,500. $500 by Jennifer. Is there a second to that?
Wait, hold on.
The original request was 15.
Wait. The request, okay, yeah.
And that
sorry.
works, I mean,
Yeah, 14.5.
okay, is there a second?
Yep.
Okay. Second by BM, sorry, BM. Okay, we have a motion, a motion to amend up to 14,500, and we have a second by Brendan McNally on that. So, is there any discussion that would like to occur on this item? This is the item for the DPW main building rehab / replacement.
I have a question for Jen Rashley. Jen, are you saying that you think this is critical for this year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I'm just really concerned about the fact that some of these items, you know, are requested at zero by the council, such as I think this one was, right? And this would be an increase, and then, I'm just, you know,
Well,
tax levy I'm concerned about.
we made
I
up
know.
a lot, because we made up we have a whole chunk of money, with the school department, because we sliced, several $100,000 from that, so that gives us a big buffer.
Well, I don't start with 3 million to spend. I start that the 3 million is not on the table. That's where I start. I start in a different place.
But that was, it was what the town council had recommended, this same number that, the superintendent brought forth this evening, so.
No, they didn't. I think they requested zero. Am I wrong? I think I see a zero there.
Yeah, they did.
They requested zero.
No.
Zero.
For this.
And that's fine. I get it, but.
They requested zero on this, but they requested what Dr. Sanquioni, the superintendent. So there's a lot more buffer
No,
in
the
there.
town council did not recommend that or request that. They put it, this was something that got it put in there for a budgetary reason, and it has no legal authority. It has no, I don't know what that number was, frankly.
They just had to write something in there.
Just, yeah.
Can I just say that if this was
I mean,
$15,000 for external repairs,
It's not for.
I would vote for it. But this is not. This is to look at the building, to hire somebody to come over and look at a building, a metal building with a metal frame. We got a building inspector who could go over there and look at it and tell us that. I mean, I can go over there and look at it and tell you whether steel is rusted or not, and whether steel girders are rusted through. I mean, we don't need to study this. In the slab, I mean, we spent a lot of money building that slab underneath that building when we did build it. It's a well-constructed facility. We've been doing upgrades to it. You know, I mean, like I said, if this was to do repairs on the building, I'd probably vote for it. But to do a study to see if we need to replace it, even if we come back with a study that says we should replace it, you really think people are going to float a bond to build a new public works garage when we need a new police station for 10 years now? We haven't even built that? Come on. Think about it. You're wasting your money.
okay, I just want to use the microphone, Sherry. So when you left, the motion was for zero. It was amended up to 14,500, okay? So that's what, and it was seconded. So that's what we're discussing now, this amendment up to 14,500, okay? And I gave you the initials of who did it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, any more discussion on this amendment? I agree with anything to do with this budget with plans, personally. If we didn't have $3 million, we would not be talking about plans.
But we do. We do have $3 million.
And that is precisely one of the most frustrating things that I am hearing in this budget season. But we do have $3 million, so therefore we need to spend it, and it's just killing me, and that's okay. That's okay. That's why I'm sitting
Just
here.
quickly explain that that's the opposite of what I did when I developed this budget.
It's okay.
It was not started with, we have $3 million there.
If it's in here, if it's Jan, no, I don't want to. It's okay, Jan. I'm sorry I even said that because I'll start a whole firestorm. I'm sorry. I'll retract my statement. Okay. Okay. Is there any more discussion? Okay, so I'll call for a vote on the amendment. This is an amendment from the Joe Zero up to 14,500 by Jennifer. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay.
Wait a minute, that was the amendment?
This is the amendment. In favor of the amendment.
I almost fell out of my chair.
Okay, all those in favor of the amendment. Okay.
Falling asleep, so.
Well, we're going though. We're moving. This is hard work. All those in favor of the amendment.
Go ahead, fall asleep.
Yeah. All those opposed? Okay, motion fails.
Can I make a motion to
We have-
change
Yep.
this line item from a feasibility study to repairs? Even though it isn't.
We have to finish this one though, right?
I mean, Joe, we're still in the middle of this, so that was an amendment failed. So now it's a 0 on the floor, okay? It's 0 right now.
I know, I made the motion.
Yeah, so now your motion is live. There's a live motion. So you want to do what now?
I was wondering if I could change my motion to change this from a study to repairs. In other words, instead of spending money to figure out if we need a new, that we actually take some money and start fixing the building.
You want to take it, put it back to strictly a repaired building?
Yeah, because it does need repairs, and if we keep letting it go. But I don't think we need 15,000. I think I would put like, I'd say like I'll make a motion to put 6,000
DPW.
for DPW repairs.
Okay, so
Exterior.
you want to change? There's two things that I need to quiet. I need to focus.
I would.
The motion is you want to change. Just so I understand the motion, you want to change the name of the line to DPW repairs.
You put 6,000 in.
DPW building repairs, and then you want to put 6,000 in it. It's a two-part. Like
Now
this.
would take care of the rust around the outside of the building.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any? That's an amendment. That's an amendment, Joe, right? 'Cause that's an amendment to your original motion.
Well,
which was
no,
a
I
0.
pulled back my original
Oh, you pulled it
motion.
back?
I pulled
Okay,
back my
that's
original
fine, that's
motion,
fine,
and I
okay.
changed my
Okay,
motion.
so it retracted, and this is a new main motion. Okay, that's fine. I missed that. Okay, all those, any discussion on this one? I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
And that does not come with a price?
$6,000.
Oh, six.
What do you want to call it again?
Repairs.
DPW building repairs.
Instead of plan.
Building repairs.
Well, it doesn't
DPW
say
main
plan
building
here, it
repairs.
says DPW main building rehab replacement.
Repairs now.
So it
Which,
would now
until the
read
discussion started, I
DPW
thought
building
meant
exterior
repairs.
repair. Exterior repair.
What if there's interior repairs that need
Just say building.
That's a different
repairs.
motion.
Don't say exterior, just say.
The main thing is, if you have a good outside of your building, the inside doesn't rust. If the water doesn't leak in, it doesn't ruin the inside, the conduits, the electrical and all that.
Wait a minute, Joe.
That was my only thing.
Oh, wait, on that, I thought it was the salt from the inside of the trucks that was rusting from the inside.
No, if you took time to walk around the building, you see there's a lot of rock on the bottom of the building all the way
Came
around.
from the inside, though.
Okay.
Okay,
Either way, it would refix the panels on the outside of the
Okay.
building so it doesn't
that's
get
fine.
worse.
That's
I
fine.
don't know if it's changed.
Did you change, what was the amount?
$6,000.
No, it's whether it's,
Oh, that's what I was.
Doesn't matter if it's from inside or outside.
Okay, so
If this, I won't restrict it to the outside of the building, I'll just say
just
for
say,
repairs. I mean,
building panels or
Main-
whatever.
It says
Okay.
main
if
building.
they can
so-
fix it for 3 and they need something inside or whatever, you know?
All right, so he's not going to restrict it to exterior. It's just
It'll just be $6,000 that they can use for doing repairs on the building.
in the building. Okay? Fair enough, Joe. Okay, so we have any discussion on this, any further discussion? We have a motion. There was a second by Justin LaCroix. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, opposed?
Wow.
It failed.
Really? I'm
No.
sorry.
No, it didn't.
I just
Hold
assumed
on.
it's
It's
fine.
No.
All right.
What's that? Yeah? Sorry, Joe. I just assumed it was gonna fly through.
Did that
It did
Yeah,
pass.
it did pass.
Six
Oh, it
fi-
did? It did
Six-
pass.
6-5.
Yeah, it did pass.
Okay.
I voted against it.
I'm
Yeah.
just too tired to even
Okay.
know what's going
Can
on.
we,
Six
Sherry's
thousand.
tired.
Can we move to
We are
adjourn?
at 11:15.
Okay.
now. Could we move this to Tuesday, please? Because
Yeah.
I think we're all starting to have questions.
That's fine, yeah.
I know, I'm voting for
I gotta
it.
go home. I'm going home all nighter.
Is that a motion?
I-
5 o'clock.
That's fine, of course, I'm sorry. I'm just like, I had Red Bull, you'll notice, so I'm going
I
to
told
work.
you not to
so.
bring that
Well,
this week. I
you're
told you
willing
get
to
some
stay
chamomile
out.
or something.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm going with
If that's a
something.
motion, I'm gonna
You're
second.
usually-
Okay, so hold, before we quit, let's
Please,
just,
like,
let's
we're
just
not-
go through something here. So we need to do our mechanics. Is that the sense of the commission? That's fine, yes. So that's great. So let's just note where we are. Let's just note where we are. So we know, we finish a vote. We have to finish a vote.
I know, I'm trying to I'm so tired, I can't
Okay,
even.
we know where we are. Does everyone know where we are? We draw a line? Okay. We got through DPW building. That's where we are, right? Okay. So next week, next Tuesday, the agenda, is it posted? No, so I have to post it tomorrow, and now I know what to post. And we will meet. Yeah, we will meet here. Obviously, we know we're going to finish this stuff up, and then we're going to kind of do what we're going to do here: discussion of resolutions. So we'll finish this up. We'll do resolutions, and I'll fill this up with any other. Anyone else got any
Yes.
concerns they want to hear?
Yes, revenue.
Oh, yeah, we didn't vote on revenue. Thank you. We moved it. Yes.
Can I just make one note?
I have something to discuss too. Go ahead.
I just want to make one note where we left off on the column, we have already put in the school adjournment request, so that can be updated and we can remove that one for discussion. It's the very last one on that page.
Yeah, 316, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the capital, it's the last one.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. It's got to be entered. Yeah, I would
So
realize
that one
that.
we can just exclude, but we left off that.
Yep, I realize that. Now, before you leave, I have one topic. I have one topic I want to raise.
Yes, we did.
It's an important topic.
So,
I need to, I guess this would be part of a discussion of future meeting schedule and content. This is important. So, Joe, no one leave. So, last meeting, you might recall, can I have the floor? This is important. Okay. Last meeting, we took a vote to zero out the stipends for the town council. And it has been brought to my attention that there are other paid boards and commissions, other paid stipend people in town. So I wanted to, I have a note here to myself to bring this to the committee. So I think I'm going to bring it up now. It's my understanding that the two are the Board of Canvassers and also the Town Sergeant, okay, are the other two. And so my initial thought was to just put them on the agenda and just let the votes go where they go. So that was my thought. So I just wanted to mention that so people can think about it, and I think I'll just do that and let the votes go. Okay, because that's what I was gonna do, but I just wanted to mention it prior to, just because it's important, I think, and I didn't want anyone to be surprised. I was just gonna put on the agenda. Seemed reasonable.
we already voted on these things, but they're on the agenda.
No, I know, but we haven't posted the agenda for Tuesday yet. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay? So that's it. Closing remarks, I don't have any except for a motion to adjourn. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry for getting us so late. I'm wired, so.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Second. Third, fourth.